week. I'm only gone for a week and then we're back. And by the time we're back, likelihood is we're going to be cracking open the UCS Slave 1 and celebrating 10,000 subscribers. If not, don't worry, there is plenty planned. But we are very close. As you can see, right at the top right of the screen, 9,954 right now. That's our subscriber count. And thank you to all 10,000 plus of you that have subscribed. Obviously, we have switched over from the original non-Lego content. Originally, it was mostly Star Wars based fan fictions and all that. And we've now gone over to Lego. Hello there, hello there. And it's crazy that we're approaching 10K, considering, you know, years ago we were celebrating hundreds, but we will be cracking open Jango Fett Slave 1 Starship, the UCS set, which is actually the first UCS set on the channel. But that's not what we're doing today. Even if we do hit 10K subs, I don't, or maybe we can have a little look at it at the end. But we won't be building any of it today because I've got a few other of the Augur sets that I'd like to crack through. But before we do any of that, last stream, we were talking about this Creator 3-in-1 that my fiance got for her birthday. Whoever gifted this must have been amazing. It was me. I gifted her this. And we were talking about the cockatoo, the pink cockatoo, and how it looks like a pigeon without the hair. We ended the stream with her just building the flamingo, and today she's going to be breaking it down to build the axolotl, which is how it's going to be staying. But I've had a little look at the flamingo while it's been sat on my desk. And I have to say, it looks like a swan without the legs. I've removed the legs. They are here. They are ready to go towards the axolotl. I don't even know what the legs are for. But doesn't it look like a swan? So rather than this Creator 3-in-1 actually being a 3-in-1, isn't it technically a 6-in-1? You remove the hair off the cockatoo and now it's a pigeon. You remove the legs off the flamingo and it's a swan. And as you all pointed out in chat last stream, if you remove the little fern elements, which are the axolotl's ears, it looks like a salamander. So this is quite easily a 6-in-1, and this is why we love Creator 3-in-1 sets. There's amazing deals on these on Amazon at the minute, but I'm no longer an Amazon affiliate, so you can check those out. And I will be passing this off to you so you can build your axolotl. There you go. I have also bagged up the spare pieces, because I don't know if there are... I will speak a little bit about the spare pieces just before we get into Star Wars, because there seems to only be one of each in here, which Creator builds usually have a lot of spare pieces left over. But it seems that they might have even used every single piece from the cockatoo into the flamingo and vice versa into the axolotl. That would be really interesting. But there doesn't seem to be many spare pieces. There you go. Good luck, have fun, and if you are building anything whilst watching this stream, let me know. And the axolotl's awesome, isn't it? I know how to solve problems like an engineer. Thank you. Definitely put in my math degree to use somehow there. Overcomplicated everything. And there's actually, you know what, we might as well do it on the stream. I was looking at this STAP. I got a few problems for that as well. But like I said, today we're going to be building the, I don't know if I did say actually, I said Star Wars, but as the title and thumbnail suggests, I want to try building the AT-RT from the Star Corps Battle Pack and also start building some of the Advent Calendar builds. We've got the Gonk. I think the Gonk is with the other Gonk, so I'll go grab the Gonk in just a second, but the Advent Calendar I'm going to leave towards the end. I know I don't have some of the pieces for B2EMO. For both of these sets, there are 5 brand new pieces. I know B2EMO, I think it was a bracket. It was one of those, I think it might have been the dark red brackets actually, the 1x2s at the bottom. Now I swear I've seen them before. We are going to get 10K. We are going to get it. If not today, sometime soon. I don't know what the exclusive piece in the Advent Calendars are, and this is besides like the torsos, the Anzellan. There are 5 exclusive Lego bricks in this. I think all the droid parts have been made. Yeah, looking at this, I cannot tell you, but I guess we're going to find out if we do get around to building it later on. Same for the Star Corps Battle Pack. Now, the little dishes do exist in Lego, but as I pointed out last time, I don't own any of these in Lego. So I've gone ahead, the official Lego version, I've gone ahead and tried to 3D print these dishes, which hasn't gone too bad. You can see that one looks quite good. We've got another 4 of these that look quite nice, or 3 of them. There's 4 in total that look quite nice. I might as well show them all off, and they work. They attach 2 studs. However, 2 of them haven't gone too well. We've got this one, which doesn't look too bad, besides the fact that it's slightly egg-shaped, and you can tell when it's next to the others. And then we have this one here, and it looks all right until I spin it around, and it looks like I've taken a bite out of it. I promise I haven't taken a bite out of it. They might be made with corn PLA, but that's not the same type of corn that you eat. It's a different type of PLA. So instead of using those, I've tried to switch it out to pieces you might have around the house, and more particularly in your Lego collection, not just random pieces, Lego elements. We've got some 2x2 plates. I want to see how they work. And we've got 1 for each side, which is why they're all paired up. We've got some 2x2 round jumpers. And then last but not least, I had to go with some 2x2 flat tiles. I was going to use the ones with the holes in, the Technic holes in the middle, but I think that these ones look a bit better given the dishes have studs originally. So it should be fairly easy. So I've also made this a little more difficult for myself. When we built the Juggernaut, which we have already built, took us nearly 9 hours to put this together without instructions. I found it quite easy because we had the parts pool. I found throughout that 9 hours, even right to the end, I was taking a look at this and I was thinking about it and going, all right, well, we've got 10 wheels. We have 10 of those pieces. That's for the wheels. We only have 4 of this element. Clearly that's not going to be for the 10 wheels, and it also means that it won't be for other areas that are replicated, especially if we have an odd amount of pieces. Chances are it's not going to be on either side of this Juggernaut. So instead of parting out both of these sets, I'm just going to use the Lego parts I have hanging around, the ones behind, and hopefully we have all the elements. We didn't have the yellow ones, and I've also gone and got 2 of these clips because I didn't have these before. So now we have 2 of those to add to the side. A few of the other elements I know we've got, especially for the legs. They seem to be the easiest part of this. So we're not going to start there. In fact, there is something that even Lego have forgot to include in this battle pack. I don't know if anyone out there has seen leaked images. I know, leaked Lego Star Wars images. You probably haven't seen any single leaked Lego Star Wars image. Not really. Not that we could say on YouTube. But if you have seen, there was apparently a little Rocky build with this battle pack that Lego dropped in the official set. Now, I found someone who has built said Rocky build and posted a very blurry image of it. But I have one image of this Rocky build to go off, and that's where we're going to be starting, because I feel like this is awesome for a battle pack. A little rocky terrain. It looks like it's got a Bactapod. It's got a little chest. Do we call them chests? It's a very Minecraft way of looking at it. A little container as well. And I absolutely love this little rocky terrain. It's very Mando battle pack, hot battle pack with a little icy bit. I got a question from Keith Build It in the chat. Am I a Lego ambassador? I'm not a part of LAN, the Lego Ambassador Network, although I have, as of yesterday, last night / this morning, reapplied for the next run-up, because I would love to hear. It's not about the early sets anymore. We do get the parts, and I'll explain exactly how I do this in a minute. But the reason I want to be a part of the Lego Ambassador Network is purely down to the events. The in-store events, the Superhero Academy that we took part on, and I did make a video for the channel that is up so you can watch that. We knew about that so late because I don't think Lego market their activities, their events, as well as I think they should. And I know a lot of them are for, you know, higher ups, local people in London, and not really for people to be traveling to, but I would love to go to more Lego events. There was recently one in Battersea Power Station, which I found out the day before because my aunt found, I think my aunt found an article on it. and I had no idea about it. There was also a brand new play park just behind Buckingham Palace in London, which I didn't manage to visit when I was up there for the Lego store. I did hope to, just not enough time. And I haven't found out about any of this through Lego. Even the articles weren't Lego articles or Lego sponsored. Random news companies picking up on Lego, a massive global company doing something awesome. And I would love to know that. So I'm hoping if I do get through to the Lego Ambassador Network that Lego do tell me about that sort of thing, tell us about that sort of thing. And who knows, maybe I can meet some of you at these events. But how I was able to pick up the sets and the pieces for not just the Juggernaut here, there we go, but we also have the Battle Pack, the Star Corps Battle Pack, and even to recolor some of the other sets that the instructions aren't going to be available until August the 1st at the earliest, is a mixture of what Lego put out there on other sites and all the information kind of linked to LAN through all the early set reviews and all of the images that Lego put out. So first off, how was I able to get the pieces? Because I wouldn't be able to build this without the pieces, and I don't have any of the exclusive elements. There are a few on this turbo tank here, which are some sand blue rounded off bits at the top, and we've also got the sand blue 6x6. In fact, I don't even think these are exclusive to the set. They might be available, but the sand blue 6x6 plates are brand new and a complete recolor for August 1st. And there's also 1x2 slopes, which don't have the little grooves that I do. Those aren't going to be available unless you're through LAN until August 1st when the sets come out. I don't know if they're only in the turbo tank. As a Star Wars fan, I'm focused on the Star Wars sets, I have to admit. And I don't know if all the August sets have been released or revealed even. Of course, they're not coming out till August 1st. But there's only like 60, 70 sets. I think there's 60 something sets, but that includes non-August 1st sets as well. There might be more by the time, well, this is a stream. There won't be more by the time this video goes out. There might be more if this becomes a video or whatever. I'm so used to saying that. But I found all of these parts on Brickow. We went over how expensive these sets were based on their Lego price compared to all their parts on Brickow. And Brickow gives you a full rundown of every single part, well, excluding any of the new parts coming out August 1st. So they will be updated when the sets are out and they can confirm which pieces are in, because Lego ambassadors aren't allowed to give out parts list and instructions. I know, I have seen so many shorts of thanks to a Lego ambassador, it doesn't stop them. But they're not meant to be doing it. So I haven't got the parts from Lego Ambassador. No one has gone against Lego. Don't worry about that, Lego. I got the parts off Brickow and was able to build the turbo tank and this droid and the STAP. And hopefully by the end of this stream, the ATRT and the advent calendar, just by using the images off lego.com, which I admit aren't the best images. If you're trying this at home, have a look at other retailers. Smiths is a good one for new images. Amazon sometimes have their own images as well. They will have a few more images that give you better angles, or better yet, watch one of the ambassadors' reviews or someone that's got the set early. Watch their review and they will show you ins and outs that the Lego images just can't capture. Video gives you so many more frames and it's probably a bit easier to build. But we like a challenge here. So that's why I haven't got the pieces for today's build, and we're just going to be pulling from the drawer. I got the parts off Brickow, built it using the images, and then August, when the instructions are out, we will be going back, revisiting this, and taking a look at just how well or where I've messed up, because actually there are a few parts hidden inside the Juggernaut here, the turbo tank, a 30 something I think there was, that I didn't use in building this. Maybe this is just for a little bit of structure here and there, because as we saw, if you do press in the sides here, my back beams are only held on by 2 studs each, and once they pop off, the whole system goes down. We've been saying that a lot, but that is something that has been said about this Juggernaut. It's still quite solid. We've dropped it from a couple of centimeters tall, and at some point we might be doing a bigger drop test on this. I will have to see. I will have to break this down eventually, because I want to build it into a UT-80, which is the actual tank that we see on my Gito during the Order 6016. And I think that would be an awesome alternate build to get from the turbo tank. But that is how I managed to get this set early, and fingers crossed, because it's the first time that Brick Owl have had complete lists of all the parts weeks before the sets have come out. We're talking a week before this stream. So, you know, 3 weeks, maybe even nearly 4 weeks before the sets come out. Fingers crossed we can do this again. No, not for the UCS Death Star. We are not trying to build that without instructions, though I'm sure it would probably be possible given enough hours. But yes, I would love to do this for future set reveals, releases, and it also means we can take a look at these builds, at least how they look on the outside, before they come out, giving you plenty of time to decide whether or not you want to make the purchase on the day and pick it up alongside whatever gift with purchases and make and takes Lego are throwing at us. But now, let's get started with that Rocky build, because as I said, I do really like this. I think adding this could be that little something. A load of people that have got the set and have reviewed it, the only complaint I've seen, and these aren't all just Lego ambassadors, is the fact that we only got one dwarf spider droid. Which is interesting, because my take on it was that we didn't get 2 battle droids. So the dwarf spider droid, I mean, it's kind of 4 battle droids on the legs there. But it is interesting how no one's really complained about the AT-RT being too big, which is quite fun. And yeah, that's something that initially I think we probably said in the stream, but I didn't really go on about it too much because it is quite a beefy AT-RT. But I think people quite like that from a battle pack when it's not minifigure scale, like the V19. The V19 isn't minifigure scale, so people don't mind a beefier ship just to get those parts in. And I think that goes for the AT-RT, the turbo tank as well. I think a few people wouldn't have minded a beefier tank and paid even a little bit more for it if it looked a little bit bigger, which is an interesting take. Yeah, I don't really know if I prefer a beefier ship, because £140 already a lot. I do think that could have been brought down. Maybe for £140 a few more sets. Why is my camera picture twice on stream? So for the short stream, because I shoot horizontal on the main stream, actually, that's a good, oh, you can just see the subscriber count at the top of the screen. So you'll see when that hits 10K. But yeah, because it's horizontal, usually I put up whatever images I have on the computer. We're not shooting on the computer today, so you have a close-up of my face and a close-up of the Jango Fett starship. But if you would like a more complete viewing experience, head over to the horizontal stream, and that goes for on demand as well, because I do have both of these on demand. Right, the rocks, to describe them, because I don't have this image on screen, I could probably pop this up afterwards, but we've got a sand base with grey and tan rocks, green foliage and red flowers. That's the easiest way I can describe it, but I will run through how to build this if you are trying to build this at home, because it makes the battle pack better to display, at least. Maybe not for play, but better for display. I have to apologise, I've just seen your message, George. They're gills, not ears, for the axolotl. I didn't really know what to call them. Gills make sense for aquatic life, but yes. Oh, I see the Canada flag. Nice to see that YouTube's actually putting that through and not just you know, that empty little box that they usually do. All right, finding these elements is going to be fun. These are going to be the easier one because the foliage is in one drawer just behind the Master Moldy members monolith, which I'm going to leave right there so you can see everyone's name. 99p down below if you would like to join and get your name 3D printed on a custom Lego tile, which is awesome. Thank you to everyone that's done it so far. We started it at the end of last year and already we're nearly filling up an entire official Lego base plate. So I'm going to have to increase that. Maybe we go bigger. We start with like 4 base plates together and try and just build this thing massive. I think that would be pretty fun to do. But I have, since making my last video where I have all the flowers and that in separate drawers, I've merged them. So we're going to have to pick out the ones we want from this drawer. I see the red flowers in here as well. What else do we need? Slopes. Again, slopes in their own drawer down here, which is nice because I can just pull this straight to the desk and keep that out the way of the camera. The hardest part is going to be the behind. We get a few little rocks and there's a little scenery behind that we don't actually see. And because this isn't officially out in any sets, we're not going to get a good look. So there's no way of knowing what's behind. Maybe a little area for a clone to stand. Usually Lego leave this empty. But it is odd how... Maybe it is. Maybe there's a few clips even. Usually there's somewhere to hold a blaster. So I'm willing to bet that 1x1 grey is going to have a little clip on it. I also got asked about the minifigure lightsaber clips that I showed off a few videos back. And a few of you asked if I was going to be selling them on the store. I am working on it. They won't be for the next couple of... Well, they might be for the next couple of weeks. They won't be for the next week. But they might be in the store soon. Don't worry. I'll announce it on a stream. Probably have a few shorts and maybe even a video out about it, but I am looking at getting those ready to print. So you order however many you want, I get them printed, ship them off within a couple of days. And yes, I'm excited to fill up the store even more than all the custom minifigure parts that you can already find. Second link in the description. It might be the first one. I think it's the second link. It's one of the two and the other one's members. It's the non-members link. Don't press that one. Built the Dark Falcon. I made room for the Dark Falcon actually today. I reorganized my shelves, which I think look quite nice. I stacked up all the minifigures so I could get a few, not just Star Wars builds and 3D prints, but non-Star Wars ones in the corner. And I made space for the Dark Falcon. And then I realized that I had I think it was the Slaver one and a bunch of other starships on my bed that I forgot to bring back in. So yeah, they've gone where the Dark Falcon was going to go, and the Dark Falcon's still not in this room. We're still trying to make room for it. But once this Slave one's built, that's going to replace the little one down here. I might move that up, and I don't know how long the Star Destroyer is going to be staying. I really like the Star Destroyer, and I do want to make a nice Thrawn Star Destroyer as well. That could be really fun to do in the next couple of weeks because we've got the Duel on Peridea and also the Battle Pack. I do want to pick up some of the Battle Packs to add to that mock. So when I do eventually pick up the Battle Packs, I'm going to do that. And then I'll probably end up breaking the Star Destroyer down because it does take up a lot of space and a lot of grey pieces, which is kind of insane. I've managed to build the giant 20th anniversary Slave one, the Star Destroyer, the Turbo Tank, the AT-M6, we've got the Midi-Scale Venator we built, and there's a few other grey sets in. I've got a Lego bag full of sets that I'm putting out. So that's going to be fun to do. And we've still got the Lego store built as well, which is that building just on the 3D printer. But let's get back into building the rocks. Come on, 10K, yes. Thank you for subscribing. Lord Preslick2? Hopefully I didn't butcher that too much. The containers are the best bit because usually they include some sort of thermal detonator. Recently they've been empty, and even in a few different builds they've actually been 2x2 bricks, which I don't know how I feel about them using 2x2 bricks instead of the actual containers. It's odd, but it kind of works. I guess if they don't need to store anything in there, sneak in a 2x2 brick. But the containers are really cool because they've got the little hole in the middle, which goes to, I think it's exactly 2 plates, because you've still got the same bottom side like you would a 1x4 plate. And then they've got the connectors, same as the old tool ones we've used to seeing in Star Wars quite a bit for the Death Star plans and the likes. Maybe even some blasters over the years. But I do really like that piece. And I would like to see Lego use that just a little bit more. Just a little bit more than they already do. Here's the clip. So instead of a 1x brick, I'm going to use this element with the clip, because then we can get a little blaster. I think we use this piece in the Mando Battle Pack. I think it's the Mando Battle Pack. Let's bring the desk up a little bit so you can actually see what I'm talking about. This piece here with a clip. This is the one that is used in various battle packs and playsets now. We might as well do this stream standing up if I'm going to be back and forth. Oh. One thing with a standing desk, I always worry if I've got something plugged in, or sometimes I have my charger plugged into the computer and attached to the desk, and if that starts pulling on it, there is nothing scarier than a wire that's being stretched by a standing desk. Thankfully, it just goes level with my minifigure display there as well, so it doesn't go any higher. Well, it does go a little higher, but it doesn't go any higher with my settings. It's really nice. Don't know what brand this standing desk is, but if you are building Lego and you find yourself standing a bit, I definitely recommend a standing desk. We've got the leaves, we've got the slope, we've got the container, we need the plates, one cheese slope, and a plate underneath, don't we? Oh, maybe a 2x4. That'll probably hold them together. Yeah, that actually works. A 2x4. Okay, 2x4 as well. Let's grab it all in tan, because Felucia is quite, I associate it more dark tan and more grassy weeds and stuff, but they've gone with a tan base for Felucia, so that's nice. Anyone doing a Felucia mock, maybe have a little look at using light tan if you are struggling on deciding which color it should be. And then get red flowers, green weeds. Lego seem to have sorted it out for us. I would love to build a massive Felucia one day. Maybe this is the start. Maybe this is the start right here. A little Felucia scene with an ATRT and one singular droid. Well, I guess we've got the MTT as well that we will be using at some point. We will be picking up that set, if not for the figures, then for everything else. And then we need... That don't look like it's going to stay there, does it? There we go. Now we need a wedge. Not Antilles. One of these ones. This wedge here is our corner of Felucia. It makes sense when these start going together how it all works. Do we get... Oh, we didn't get the back top. Okay. Or the lid. For the lid of this container, we've got a 2x2 in this dark bluish grey with the two studs, which does kind of remind me of the brow bricks. I'd love to get my hands on some brow bricks one day to try. I'd say to learn it. I'm not sure how much learning I'd be doing. I'd try. I'd give it a go. The Bacta tank is the easiest part to build, because all we're going to need is this 1x1 grey stud with a 1x1 trans blue brick on top that looks a little something like this. Well, it does look like this. It is this piece. And then we're going to top that off with a 1x1 grey tile, which is up here. And that's a nice little Bacta pod. There we go. Just like that. So we'll put that aside for later. And then for our base, we're grabbing a 4x4 tan plate. A nice flat one. A 2x2 just on the edge like that. Nope. Sticking a 2x4 on the edge like that. So we've got two studs on the side. And then attaching those to a 4x4 angled wedge plate, just like so. Hello there, Alfie. For 10k, we're going to be cracking open this UCS Jango Fett Slave 1, which I would stand up on the desk. Honestly, I'd either knock it over or it would somehow collapse the desk. So it's going to stay over there in the distance where you can just about see it. But we are going to be building that for 10k. And there's probably going to be a little bit more going on as well. Who knows? Who knows what would happen? And that's going to be built. If we hit 10k in the next week or so, I can give you a date. That is going to be built here on the channel Monday the 21st. That is the earliest that I will be back streaming. That's the next stream. And that could possibly be We are only 44. Are we still 44 away? 40. I say 44. I think we were 46 a couple of bits ago. But yes, no instructions. And actually, no instructions exist for this. So if you'd like, I'll probably end up making some sort of, probably not a video, probably a short out of this, building this and putting this together. Maybe both. Who knows? So if you would like instructions as well, I could probably whack something on Rubricable quite quickly for this. Maybe even give a go at making some wait, hold on, because I'm still going to need a 1x plate, aren't I? I thought this could do away from the 1x plate. Never mind, we'll keep this going though. On top of that base, we are going to need a 1x tan plate. Let's see what we've got. Although the plate is covered, so if you don't have a 1x tan plate, or perhaps a grey one is easier for you to find, maybe even a red one, maybe even a purple one, maybe anything else, definitely use that instead. Whichever plate you've got the most of, grab one and use that to hide away, because this is being sandwiched between a slope, a plate, a cheese slope and a corner slope. So plenty of slopes going around this, but that 1x slope, whichever color you pick, is going to go right there on the base. 2 studs in from the side, so your base should be looking a little something like this. Maybe we should tile off this corner as well, but I'm not going to get too carried away. We're going to add our red flowers first to add a bit of color before we go on to add in any of the slopes, because they are grays and tans, and you're going to want 2 red flowers, 1 in either end of this plate with the holes in the middle. You can use the 5 petals, the 6 petals. Actually, I think the 5 petals are a little older than the 6 petals. I have a few of both. Actually, the red ones are all 5 petals, but I do have a few mixed ones. So there we go, 1 in each corner. And if you want to add a few more later on, keep them to hand, because there are plenty of studs showing. And now I think it's time to get on with our slopes. The first slope being a 1x1 cheese slope in dark tan. Maybe I should sort these out by color, because when you have this many, finding one dark tan isn't always too easy. But once you've got your dark tan, that's going to go right in front of the 1x1. There we go, just like that. And that hides the plate from the outside. And covering that up, we're going to go, let's remember to put our Lego drawers away, otherwise we're going to end up with a mess in a few hours once we're done streaming. We're going to want a 2 brick tall 1x2 tan slope. 2x2. I thought it was going to be really impressive, the first one that I pulled out. It's one of these, just a 1x2, not too thick, but it is taller than your average slope. Smarter than the average bear. And we're going to want to keep our slopes around for later, because this is like the first of 3 slopes that I'm going to need from that drawer. This massive slope goes between the red flower on the corner and the 1x1 cheese slope that we've just placed. So it's starting to look a bit like that, and we're getting a little bit of height, which is always how these battle packs tend to go. A little bit of height, you know, not too much, but we've got enough for a battle pack. You can always buy multiple, which we're all probably going to do at some point. If we buy one of these battle packs, we're going to pick up a second one, maybe even a third one, maybe even 6, which I don't think I'd want to pick up more than 6. It's pretty expensive, but if there's a good sale, who knows what can happen. You won't know until you find it. 6 would be quite nice. I wonder how tall you could get this built. And using the flower elements that are currently still on the Pick-a-Brick, not only do we have the pink flowers, but we also have the blues, because Felucia is a very colourful planet. We see it again in the Clone Wars, and the in-store pick and build wall for Lego have had this magenta colour, and currently have this nice baby blue colour flower, both of which can be used in a Felucia mock, and may I add, would look really good in a Felucia mock. Hey, this one kind of matches the top. Kinda, I think it's got a bit of green in it that doesn't go as well. And if you're feeling extra fancy, stack them on top and create some brand new flowers. The world's your oyster when it comes to Star Wars planets. Besides, like, Naboo, I don't think there's too many tropical plants there. They're all potted. With our two 1x2 slopes, which again, you can probably add a few more to this set. These are only the 1x2 slopes. You're going to want one of those right up against that 2x4. Right at this end, you see there's a gap of one stud between the red flower and the 1x2 slope, and it's facing towards the back, which is the same as the other slope. Most of these slopes are either facing towards one of the two flat edges here. In fact, our next slope faces towards both of them. You might be wondering, how is it going to face towards both of the slopes? The slope only faces one direction, and I like that, Alfie. If I get to 9965, you'll buy some decals. Make sure you're subscribing, everybody. Get that number to 9965 and get Alfie some custom torsos. Let's do it. My double slopes are in another drawer, and I don't know if I own this piece, which is the fun when Lego building. I've got a few similar pieces in here, which you can definitely get away with. Let's get one of those out. And one of those similar elements is this corner slope here. You can see why it's facing two of the different sides now, because it's got the double slope on it. But this has a sharp corner, whereas the piece we're looking for actually has the corner cut off like some sort of wedge plate, as we've got with the base. It's got 1, 2, 3 sides on the slopes instead of just the 2. I've used a few of these recently in grey. Which microfighter needed like 20 of these in grey? It wasn't the turbo tank. I tell you what one it was. It was the one we were going to be upscaling this month. This droid, spider droid, oh, what's it called? The spider droid walker, the big one. We've got 2 there, 2 there, 2 at the front, and 2 at the back. And I have gone back and recolored that 6x6 in light bluish grey, which I couldn't find for the last stream, but I did have 2 more of them laying around. Probably a few more in my bins to part out. I think the ATM6 also has 2, and I can see there's probably a few more in the feet. But we've got 8 of them here in light bluish grey. We need 1 of them in dark bluish grey to match the lid of the container. Well, 9957, we're not far off, and I'm actually quite lucky with all these slopes that I've got. I can't tell you what half of them come from, but I do have 3 bags of them. These are Lego bags from the online part service, and the only way really of looking through these, I could probably, you know, fidget through and try to have a little look at some of the parts, but I think there's only one real way we can do that, and that's just pouring it out all over the desk and then filing the parts through. Because even rummaging through a bin, sometimes you're gonna rummage past that piece and it's gonna be moving around in there and you're not gonna know about it. So I found recently it's actually quicker sometimes it's quicker pouring them all out on a flat surface. Usually I do have a tray underneath, I will admit, that I can pour it out, not just the 3D printed, but any sort of, you know, piece of paper, maybe a letter of any importance, and then you can use that to funnel them back into the bag. It does seem though that the piece isn't in here, and we might have to go with a flat cornered edge instead. It's not going to look too bad. In fact, it does kind of cover up that tan stud at the front. Or do we go through the other 2? Maybe we go through the other 2 bags. There we go. So there we go. I've still got one more handful to go, but you get a load of bricks in these bags, which is always a surprise when Lego only send like 1 in each of their bags. Bag 1 down. What do we think? 1 more bag or 2 more bags? Can't see any elements in either of these that match the description. Not in the right color at least. But there's one way to find out for sure. Oh, these are a lot of big pieces. All right, got to remember that for future reference. I haven't found the best way of sorting these parts yet. So if any of you have any ideas, the tub that I just had for my other slopes is really handy because of just how many pieces. Over the years, I've used that with my 2x2, 2x4 and 2x3 bricks. I've tried to split my 1x2, 1x4 bricks into there. I have way too many. They take up like 3 of these big drawers. And oh, I remember this. Who remembers this connection? You didn't see it before, but this is the ball joint that's a struggle to pull apart. And do I still have it? I do. I've still got the magic. There you are.
I saw a second ago. I tried to separate them and it flying under the bed.
Oh no, I didn't. Do you still have both of them?
Yeah, you can separate it.
Oh, I see. You didn't separate it and it still went flying under the bed. Did we already find this brick?
Thank you.
Thank you. I think I just accidentally stumbled upon the part that we were looking for. And you're welcome. This is the slope that we need. The grey one, you can see compared to the other one, the sharp pointy corner isn't present. It's been flattened off and kind of looks a bit less flamingo foot and more duck foot. I don't know where that's coming from. Maybe because it looks like it's webbed 2 slopes. So we're going to add this to our display, the other side of the cheese slope. There you go, right between the other 2 slopes, and you can see there's that one gap in between all these slopes now, which we're going to fill with a 1x1 with a clip. That's going to be our blaster holder for one of our many clone troopers. I've noticed in the actual battle pack, we don't have the proper macro binoculars. Is it this one? That it is. So one of the clone troopers comes with some binoculars, which usually is the one that has the weapon stored away here. I'm sure we're going to see that in the instructions. However, they're the old binoculars. They're not the new Star Wars binoculars, which look so cool. And I would be disappointed if they're getting rid of them. I don't think they are. I don't think it's that dramatic of a change for Lego. I just think the designer prefers the older ones. Perhaps this is a designer that had a lot of older sets. We've got a new pauldron. Maybe they just fancied a little change. But that's going to be the clone trooper that has the blaster stowed away. And to secure this, we're going to use our, where'd the image go? There we go. To secure this, we're going to need a green leaf on this reddish brown, dark bluish brown slope, which I don't actually think leaves are in here. Do I have them in the, oh, look at this. Look at this tub of leaves. It's stocked full. This is a Lego store trip, I do remember. There we go. We're going to need 2 of these leaf elements, but the first one's going to go on that dark bluish grey slope. Just like that. And that bridges the gap. We now have a flat 1x2 surface that we can put another 1x2 slope on that sticks just higher than that 2 brick tall. And that's all we're going to do here. If you want to add a red flower on top, maybe slope it off. If you're not a fan of tiles, slope it off with a little 1x2 in there. A load of dark tan and brown, different coloured ones of those. Come in a few of the Mando sets and similar displays. And that other green leafy element, hello there. This element here is going next to that reddish, I keep saying reddish blue, that dark bluish grey slope. So they're pairing up nicely, and we'll continue with the theme of grass. We found a few new fern elements on the Pick and Build store when we went to the Lego store June 1st in Stratford, and we want one of these to go right at the back, looking outwards. No longer got this flat side. We've got this fern sticking out, which looks really nice and is the first time I'm using this piece. We've got the trans pink ones being used, the translucent pink ones, the iridescent pink ones used for the axolotl over there, and the green ones here. Fancy that, using our first ferns in the same day. Let's clear the rest of these slopes up because we've got one more leafy green element that is buried deep in that flower pot. And if you haven't seen the flower pot, look at that. All these different flowery green elements, these stems and flowers and all sorts of foliage. And actually, is that the piece we need right at the bottom? It is right there in the middle. This is going to be fun. Right, if only I had a little shovel to dig all the way through it. Oh, there's a few at the front corner here. They're going to be easier to get. And that plant element is another piece I've got off the pick and build wall. I've only got a few of these. And the fun thing with these is that top leaf element there does have a bar hole in it. I can stand this entire STAP up in this fern element. And it's got some strength. It does have some strength if you did want to try and stand this up. So I don't know why a plant would be in an STAP. I don't think they're very nutritious. And this piece goes facing along. By the looks of the image, it matches the angle of that slope. You can see it's following through at that 45-degree angle. And that doesn't look too bad. We're finalizing this little display off with that container placed between the clip and the slope. This is the last thing we're going to be doing to these rocks. The little container rests up against that 1x2 with the reddish blue or dark bluish grey 2x2 modified plate, and then resting on top of that, if you want to be accurate to the image, to the left hand side, right hand side is the Bacta tank. So if I can get my fingers out the way, there we go. This is the Rocky display that was originally coming in the battle pack before Lego removed it, and I think this is a fine addition to that set. It's got the blaster clip, it's got a little step, it also has space for some sort of, you know, grenades in there, thermal detonators as Star Wars would call them, and a little Bacta tank on top, which is, I guess, not very useful for Aayla Secura if only the clones didn't obey the Order 66. But would be very useful for any of these clones going up against that dwarf spider droid that looks like an absolute menace. So we'll get on to building the ATRT in just a second. Bought a used mixed box of Lego that you really didn't need, but you did want. That's the important part, because it had 2 or 3 Dimensions characters in it. And you probably still save some money than picking them up on eBay. I had a little look at some of the Dimensions characters, and not sealed, played with, used, great condition. Oh, they go for so much money, don't they? They do go for quite a pretty penny, as I'd say. Thank you for subscribing, AD Brick City. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. All right, the leaves can go away as well. Have we put everything? The fern elements. I'm afraid we're not going to need any more of these fern elements for the ATRT. But before we get round to the ATRT, very fun to say, the AT-ERT for us prequel fans that pronounce it AT-AT, and I've never said the ATTE as the AT-TE, but I'm going to call this the AT-ERT from now on. So if that annoys you, I do apologize. But before we look at the AT-ERT, we're going to be taking a look at the brand new STAP that's coming in the new Force, what was it, the Hot Rod Snowspeeder set. The other day, we built a Microfighter Hot Rod Snowspeeder. Look at this. Oh, I love it. With the minifigure inside from the Dark Falcon, Darth Dev, who does have a like a sleeveless arm in the new set. I'm intrigued to see the storyline behind that. But we also get this STAP in blue, which is the vehicle for Solitos, the Master of Jedi Bob. Need to pick up a Jedi Bob if I'm going to get Solitos at some point. But I've recolored it brown for the Phantom Menace because I would like to make a brown MTT using the new instructions, and then go on to go on to make a Battle of Theed. Why not? Might as well go big. But I think there's some improvements we can make to this speeder, specifically around not only this speeder, but my custom one that I already put together. But first off, Bro Video Lol asked, did I buy anything during the Amazon Lego deals? I was disappointed this year with the lack of Lego deals, I put a community post out. The best thing to come out of it was 30% off those Harry Potter plushes. It was tempting. The Lego plushes are quite cool. I've shown one off here on the channel before, not the Harry Potter one, but a Lego plush. And I've been corrected as well because I thought it was, I think I kept saying it was a fairy one, but it's a butterfly minifigure. I can't remember the specifics now. It's one of the old CMF ones with wings. Really cool. I picked that up secondhand, but I didn't pick up anything in Lego. I do still want to build the gift with purchase, the bigger one. The Ice Pop one looked fun, but specifically the Safari diorama, absolute awesome build. Shame it was 130 odd pound. Found a 25% off Coruscant gunship. That's a good one. Last year I did on lego.com, I found a third. There was a third off the Ghost, and I worked up nearly 50 quid worth of points, so I got it for nearly 60 quid. It was about 60 quid, and we picked that up, built that around this time, which was awesome. And then this year there was nothing on Star Wars. I think too many people probably picked up the Ghost last year, and there were probably a few other ships as well around this June-July period that went on sale. But I'm hoping in October, when the next Prime Days are arriving, that there'll probably be a Lego Insiders event again, and there'll probably be the same thing. We might even get some of the newer sets from this year, especially the May releases, January releases on sale, because there's a few January sales in the May account. So that was quite interesting to see. And for Amazon, I have picked up something off Amazon to do two things actually. I picked up two things. One of them was in the Prime Day deals, and the other one was just a regular thing that I couldn't get off lego.com. So I did pick it up off Amazon Prime, and it was meant to arrive yesterday, so I could at least show it off today. It's meant to actually be arriving any second as of 4 minutes ago. So if it arrives whilst I'm streaming, I might be able to show it off. But until then, you're going to have to wait and see. Hello there, BVL Bevel Bricks, is it? BVL Bricks, hello there. Found the... Oh no, it's been delayed till 5, from 5 to 7. No, been delayed to 5 to 7 instead of 3:45 to 4:45 or whatever it was. But I did get told if it don't arrive today, I get a full refund. That would be lovely. Free Lego? I'm down for that. Anyway, found the regular Phase 2 Battle Pack for 19 euros. Oh yes, that's so much better than the new Battle Pack prices, isn't it? Oh, it's a bit tough. What sets will I be getting August 1st, if any? So August is an even month as well. At the start of the year, my only resolution this year was to only buy Lego every other month. Last year, I bought so much, and I found that the first few weeks of January, I was still doing sets from last year. So this year, I said I was only buying Lego every other month. Now, if I see any Lego sets early, I will be tempted. But I think I'm going to wait for all the August sets, which this would be the first year. I always pick up a set August 1st. I think this year I'm going to wait because the go-to would be the Battle Pack. That's the cheap one. I've built the turbo tank here, so I can happily wait for that in a sale. And also the Force Burner, I might pick up in September when the show comes out. So I'm not going to be picking up the Juggernaut, the Force Burner. The MTT is also pretty expensive. I feel like I can wait for that. We've got the Slave one. I have the UCS set. So the Battle Pack's really the one I want to pick up. But it's just so expensive. And seeing the January one from last year pick up massive sales, even last year, but now it's going for like £17 instead of 25. I am expecting this Battle Pack to drop down to at least 25, maybe even 20 quid by Christmas, and that's when I'm going to drop on it. If it goes down to 20 quid by Christmas, I think I'll probably pick up a few. The MTT's worth its weight, which is not something that can be said about the Juggernaut at the minute, because if you strip the minifigures, there's only one August set, including the buildable Ewok, including the ATST. There's only one set that isn't worth its weight in Lego. And funnily enough, it's the one that everyone's complaining about, the Juggernaut, aka the Turbo Tank. Every other set is worth its weight in Lego besides that one. So I don't think I will be picking up anything August. I have spent a bit now for the Prime Day deals. Well, I spent a bit, nowhere near what I'd be spending in August. But the MTT is really the only set I see myself picking up. And it doesn't matter if it's worth its weight in gold. It's going to be on a sale in a few months, isn't it? The more expensive sets I urge you to wait on, because the same sale saves you more money, doesn't it? 5% off the battle pack compared to 5% off the MTT. That's a big difference. So I am going to be waiting for the MTT. The battle pack makes the Ahsoka Interceptor look like a good deal. It does. And the Ahsoka Interceptor, as a Lego set, that ship is worth its money. All the rare pieces and recolors they did, which I would like to make a video on that actually, about the rare pieces, because it is a bit confusing. It's the Lego equivalent of stocks and trading stocks. So yeah, that's definitely a topic that we're going to have to dive into. But I'm going to save that for another time, otherwise we'll be here all day. First off, I would like to go over the STAPs. As far as anything I'm picking up August 1st, probably not the entire month. September, I might pick up the Force Burner, Snowspeeder. I like the cockpit for the Force Burner, but I agree, yeah, the Ahsoka cockpit, it's hard trying to make that minifigure scout. I'm still working on it. I'm not really working on it anymore. I kind of gave up at some point, but I'm still working on it. It will come eventually. I do prefer, I never thought that. As someone who was arguing for a brand new Eater cockpit, I never thought I'd miss the old one, but it was just so much better than the new one. I would like to see it used elsewhere outside of Eaters. If they keep it exclusive to Eaters, like the old piece, it's not going to age well. But if they use it in other themes as well, Friends uses a lot of the custom glass elements and that. Yeah, it could go really well. And I could see public opinion changing based on other uses. Definitely not the Eater. I'd love to get some custom printed Eater cockpits for Kenobi's and Ahsoka's ships, but I don't think Lego ever made a plain one. Happy birthday, Lego nerd! What a day to have your birthday! Leading up to the August wave. UCS B-Wing. Yes! Oh, the B-Wing would work with it. That'd be a nice one. Alright, so we've got the little plant built. If you do want to check out how I built this little Force Burner microfighter, check out Thursday's stream where I built this alongside a micro turbo tank, showed off the micro slave one. We're building basically every August set, but smaller. I've just realized that. That's awesome. I've also received confirmation that my fiance has finished the axolotl. What are you naming the axolotl? Greg. Here we have Greg the axolotl. I wish it was a real axolotl, but it's not. It's still looking really cool though. And how many spare pieces do you have left?
All that.
Quite a few. Quite a few. Were there any from the Flamingo build? Any spare?
Not a lot. This one's had the most spare.
Yeah, it seemed like there were basically between the first two builds no spare elements. That's quite cool. It'll be nice to know that the axolotl can do the stand that we made Toothless and Vader do with the arms up. But you can position the front arms at a slight little angle. There's the head of the axolotl, and I can confirm if we removed the gills, it would look like a salamander. So technically it's a 6-in-1. If you'd like to add this would go really well with your Creator 3-in-1 fish tank. I've been looking at all the other water and undersea marine lives, little 3-in-1s, to see if you could build a massive fish tank. And you so could just get a massive acrylic case and get a ton of these different builds to go in it. Real ones look creepy. This one does look a bit cuter. And I also think it's quite nice how they've sloped off. I mean, even with the eyes, I'm surprised at how well Lego have done the eyes without them looking creepy. That's like the hardest part of the entire thing. But these elements are really nice. There you go. You can have Greg back. That's a great name. Oh. All right, we've built the rocks, the STAP. That's where I was getting at. So for the STAP, we've got the brand new handlebars for Solitos, because Solitos is a minifigure, and minifigures can't hold on to what the droids usually do, which is this 1x2 with like the 3-bar elements. It's not the regular bar piece. It's this element. It's the easiest way I can explain it. And this is my custom one that's a bit more accurate with that underplate on top, the under tile, but I don't really like it too much. So I would like to replace it with the same slopes used on the official Lego version, but the only thing is, it then gives me an extra plate of space at the top. So I got to thinking and wondered, what if I combine the two? What if I took the minifigure stap and the droid stap and made something that both minifigures and droids and half giants can hold on to? I thought that would be a really fun idea, and I come up with something before the stream and I haven't tested it out yet, so I'm really excited to see if this is going to work. But my idea is, because when placing the slopes on top, we now have 2 plates of gap instead of just the one where the handlebars are. So if I remove this droid, who will be testing it out later on, we'll put the droid before any sort of humans get on it, and remove the 1x2 bar element, you can see a bit what I meant by it. We now have 2 plates tall, which is the perfect height for my favorite element. And it wasn't my favorite element until we picked up an entire box of these at the Lego store, which are just back here. Just down here, we've got an entire tray filled of these 1x1 snot bricks that are only 2 plates tall. And the fun thing with these is they have a hole in the front, and the back of them is also rounded off, which means you can pose them in and out, which I'm sure is going to lead to some really interesting angles on this STAP down the line. But first off, let's put 2 of these in the front, and we'll get to the handlebars and why I chose the specific element later on, because there's already a few bar elements used on here. There we go. So now we've got 2 holes back there, and we could use this T-bar. We could use these little com elements at the top here, but neither of them really work as well as Jango Fett's Westar 34 pistols. Again, 10k subs, we'll be cracking this open, building this live on the channel. I've got Jango Fett on the mind. I've got the Slave One, and more importantly, the Westar 34s. After using them in May, I've got those on the mind. So my plan is to put 2 of these in the middle here. Again, I haven't tried this, so this could go horribly wrong, but I have good faith that this is going to pull through, because it gives us this long black bar, kind of like what we see with an official STAP, but it also allows us to bend it down a little bit for the minifigures, and if need be, we can even spin these out, make this a little bit wider, and if you wanted to camouflage the handlebars, you can spin them in and overlap them on each other. So this really works for anyone's preferences, as long as you ignore the rest of the STAP and just focus on the handlebars. It's going to please everyone. So we've got our 2 bars here. If we straighten them out, the droid should be able to, without any issue, clip on. It's more or less, bit less, it's a little higher than the original bar elements, which is nice because it means our droid stands just a little bit higher up, and the legs, there we go just above. Let's make sure the hands are spread just above where they're meant to stand. So there we go, our droid is just higher, but you can see the droid is hanging on, and you don't notice from the front the handlebars sticking out, because they're covered by the engines, by the weapons at the top. The little blasters cover up the handlebars, which is really cool. And if you want a closer look just generally at this speeder, there you go. It's a lot simpler than the 2 that Lego have come out with, but kind of combines the best aspects from not just the 2 coming out August 1st, but also the one that came out July 1st. So all 3 speeders have been combined into this one, including, well, adding on my custom handlebars on top of that. This is the best of all 4 worlds. And now let's see if this works for minifigures. This is going to be fun, because the minifigures only need a little tilt there, but it's the height that really is going to make or break this. I dropped the minifigure. This is going to be not great when you find out the minifigure is indeed Padme Amidala. I just threw Queen Amidala of the Naboo across the room, and one piece, not a scratch, okay? This minifigure is fine, but still not great, not a great minifigure to throw across your room, is it? Oh dear. All right, let's see if we can get the hands on. The hands can be angled at different places. I think the way you're meant to angle the hands is like this, so that the hands are pointing inwards. There we go. So that the hands are pointing inwards, so that the handlebar then goes up to the torso. But I don't know if there's a right and wrong way to use this. So I guess if you found a way that works, that one's good enough. This is kind of holding the handlebar like that, which feels very unnatural compared to that. So we'll give it a go at both ways. But I think scientifically, this is the way that will work more so. Oh no, you have to really bend it for these. Okay, this is not the right way to do it. But even Queen Amidala's legs, even Queen Amidala's legs or dress, the bottom of the dress clips on that T-bar at the bottom. Now that's awesome. But let's flip the hands up the other way around. Make sure we've got them going the right way. Bend the handles just a little bit less and see if Queen Amidala will indeed rest exactly the same. We'll need to lower the hands just a little bit. There we go. And here we have Queen Amidala riding an STAP. That is a sight. That is an awesome sight. I'm going to have to include this minifigure on an STAP in my eventual Theed mock. I'm going to have, maybe we'll put a different minifigure. Like, maybe we could fit Jar Jar on an STAP. I feel like Jar Jar's clumsy enough, although Jar Jar can be used for other scenes. But we're not just done there, because I did say we would try our favourite half giant. And this is one of my old minifigures, actually, that I gave to my partner, of Hagrid. This must be like a 2011 minifigure. This isn't the new one, but they work near enough the same. And I'm really interested to see if Hagrid fits on this STAP. So we're just clipping the hands on, nothing special for Hagrid, and seeing if the legs fit. Look at that! It's Hagrid on an STAP. Hagrid fits. Just about. The hands just go the full length of the handlebars on the STAP, but come on. Even if you're not a fan of Harry Potter, that looks awesome. That's a sight for sore eyes. Could you imagine if you're just chilling on Naboo and suddenly you've got Hagrid coming towards you, full pelt on an STAP? This is going to be my favourite build all stream. But now we get into the AT-RT without instructions and without a piece count, so that it's harder than the turbo tank. So let's see how we do. And well, I guess we've got two pieces, don't we? We got these two, we got the two wings. But let's start off with the feet and work our way up, because the feet are put together with a few different brackets and snot brick techniques. And I have no idea how to start for this. There is quite a nice image that's got some blur coming off it, so I'm going to use that one just to get rid of any other distractions. But I can see there's slopes, 1x2 cheese slopes on the back, and we've got some corner wedges. Let's go there and have a little think about the question asked by Alfie. If I owned no Lego and had a small budget of £100, which doesn't sound too small, but when you're talking about Lego, that's instantly turbo tank out of it, the ATTE out of it. £100 to spend on Lego, retired or not, what would I buy? Instantly, I'm picking up $8.99 a Phase 1 Clone Battle Pack, and also, the 501st Specialist Pack for $14.99. We're going full prices here. We're not slacking. We're not picking up any sort of deals, because I'm sure you could probably find most of these for real, most modern Lego sets for real cheap at some sort of garage sale. So already that's what, £15, £9, £24. We're a quarter of the way through the budget and we've got ourselves 8 Clone Troopers. For me, that's the clones out of the way. Rex is a shout. I'm not going to worry about Rex. I think if I only had £100, I'd probably have a Rex action figure instead. I would pick up, so £100, I'd pick up the advent calendar, because that's fun. The amount of mini builds you can rebuild, you get a good array of pieces. So we're halfway through. That's £49. I would also pick up, I'm having a little look here on lego.com to see if any other sets, just scrolling through it, seeing if any other sets spring to mind. We've got Fennec Shan that we could pick up if we have a few quid left over. And a load more like battle packs and cheaper builds. The ambush on Mandalore was a lot of fun. I might have to come back to that. And Mando and Grogu, but all the figures in that, you get Din Djarin, you get Grogu, you get the droid, and you get a pretty decent N1. Kenobi Starfighter, which is one of the funnest sets I've ever built. Oh, we got a few good picks here, and they're fairly cheap as well. Because we got rid of Rex, I'm getting rid of the mechs, the Plo Koon Microfighter, and like the Brickheads as well. I think I'm going to go ahead and add Kenobi Starfighter. So we've got £26 left to play. Would I have mixed Kenobi Starfighter for anything else though? I don't think so. Brickheads would be a shout. Some £40 Brickheads, or getting something like the Dawn on Peridia. Actually, would I get the Advent Calendar, the 2008 Battle Pack? If it was modern, I would probably swap that out for like a Rex Y-Wing, or maybe even Luke's mech. One half bad. And then the Specialist Battle Pack, 501st. Get 2 Kenobi Starfighters and make it into a gunship. That's a shout. But then we'd have to get rid of the 2008 Battle Pack. I think the Duel on Peridia or the Tantive Boarding is a good call. But I feel like the Tantive Boarding... Oh... 501st Clone Trooper Battle Pack. You know what? I'm going to scrap the Advent Calendar. Hope someone buys you the Advent Calendar. Get rid of that. And I'll add the Duel of Peridia and Kenobi ship. I think that's £100. Might have gone slightly over. Fingers crossed there's either a sale or a really good gift with purchase you can resell to get that extra couple of quid back. But I'm going to settle with Duel on Peridia, half the profit gone. Kenobi's ship, another most of the profit gone. The 501st Clone Trooper Battle Pack is basically the rest, and then we'll throw in Fennec Shand as an extra minifigure that we can pop off the keyring and add to our display. Perhaps get a little minifigure display starting in that. I think that's a solid £100 spent. Or, if you're not a fan of Lego, you can get the Holiday Stormtrooper plush, the Holiday Vader plush, and the Holiday Chewie plush. I think there's a Holiday Yoda plush that might be better than the Chewie, with all their Christmas jumpers. If you're into plushes, they're not too bad. They're expensive though. I recommend secondhand. Like the foot for the Chicken Walker, not Chicken Walker, the ATSTs, the At-Ert. The At-Ert. They've got to be the baby Chicken Walkers, the Chick Walkers. I think someone said that in chat before, and I'm going to bring that back. The Chick Walkers, the Republic At-Erts. The feet, I'm going to use one of those snot bricks with a double side, which are mixed into here. I think grey's a good colour to go with. Maybe that's tan in the middle. Or maybe that's just a tan 1x3. Didn't I just pull tan 1x3s off of something? I did part down something before, well, a few little somethings before hitting live. And I feel like I just had tan 1x3s. Huh. I'm worried those tan 1x3s might have been thrown into the bag of all the other pieces. They're not coming back out. So we'll get some tan elements. We'll get some 1x2s and 1x1s to make our own 1x3s. There we go. And these will be either side of... Yeah, there you go. Don't mind secondhand. Just have to clean it real good. Give it a nice soak. Get some nice hot soapy water. Break all of the pieces across, because all the pieces apart, because even in these parts here, you know, you've got those little gaps that dirt is going to collect in, and that's a bit annoying when you're trying to you know, break them down later on to find a bit of dirt in any of the nook and crannies. So break down the set completely, don't worry about printed parts, but be very careful with stickered elements. I recommend getting some sort of, I was using a wire brush, a soft wire brush for mine when I was cleaning up like R2 and the Luke mech. But even like a toothbrush works for a stickered element. Just give it a little wipe, make sure they're fully dry before reassembling. But it's a lot cheaper, isn't it? Yeah, I hate when people sell things covered in dust. I quite like it. I think because I'm not fussed with cleaning things, I don't mind getting a totally dirty Lego set if asterisk, it's dirt cheap. Pun intended, of course. If it's dirt cheap, I will happily clean it myself because it's worth it to save a bit more money on Lego. You know, it's not because I don't spend things. I mean, look at my background. It's not all Lego. I have spent quite a bit on different Black Series Black Series action figures and the likes, but it's a competition. How cheap can I get this Lego? The cheapest I have got a set recently is the second Ahsoka Duel on Peridia I picked up for £8. Great condition. The set had pretty much not long come. I mean, it was probably like a year's time because it was a year before I got the first one. But the set was still fairly new given Lego sets. It was before May, and I picked it up for £8 just because people only wanted the select minifigures from it and didn't want the rest. I will happily take that. It is crazy what deals you can get, especially without minifigures. Sets without minifigures just aren't seen as worth it to the eyes of minifigure collectors. On Brickhouse Bricklink, they're expensive. On eBay Vinted, they're dirt cheap because people are interested in the minifigures that sell for a bit more. So keep your eye out. You might get a good deal here and there. Nothing's guaranteed, but when you do, it is definitely worth scrubbing up a little bit. We're talking quick bath and it's clean. If it takes you more than that, yes. I haven't run into that yet, but I can see that being really annoying. If you have to scrub anything, it probably makes you question whether it is worth it. Because you'd probably be happy spending that on Lego, not, you know, washing products. For the feet, I've got some of these 1x2 corner slopes. I'll try to, not again like the Turbo Tank, I'm not going to tell you how to put this together piece by piece, but I will try to show you any of the specific elements that I'm using and different stages of the foot as well. So I'm now going to build 4 of these, so it's probably worth to show you the little side to the feet with a 1x2 slope, the 1x2 wedge slope, and then a 1x3 in tan at the bottom, which I've built using a 1x2 and a 1x1 because well, it saves looking for the other piece, really. Not much more to it. And because I need 4 of these, I forgot to get all the pieces. You could probably even leave out the 1x1 or add something else there. I'm going to include it just for the structure, really. Some sealed Lego sets have dusty pieces. I don't know if I found dust. I have found little like bits from machinery and that. I have found that in Lego sets where you get little extra bits of plastic or debris in Lego sets, which is always odd to find because I don't suppose many people really think about, you know, the cleanliness of, well, it's got to be clean, but you know, the spick and span cleanliness, because it's a factory, innit? It makes Lego sets, and I've never thought of it before. Someone must have. But yeah, it's fine dusty. The worst part is scratched cockpits. I don't like a scratched cockpit in my Lego set. If I'm paying so much for a unique element like the Dark Falcon, thankfully I got that as a gift, but if I was paying for that set, the scratched cockpit, no, come on. And it's an element that Lego most of the time won't replace as well. So it must be so annoying if it arrives scratched and there's nothing you can do about it. But then again, we got our Lego gift with purchases for May 4th. And the one that I opened had misprinted arms. Not heavily, but the arms of the gift with purchase, which is why I haven't opened the second one. because the first arms I got had little white bits. The initial print was out of the lines, and I don't think I'll be opening the second one probably ever. This is the start of my sealed set collection. I have that displayed behind the actual set when I have enough space to display it. I'm not particularly holding it on to resell it, because I do feel like there will come a point where we get a battle pack of those. Far enough into Lego's future, someone clip this in 102 years time when Lego do release that battle pack, but there will be another set with those clone troopers in, just not for a long time. Got a misprint in 2 years, one misprint in 2 years of collecting Lego. Oh, two, but they're only minor. Yeah, that was a minor misprint. We do have a Qui-Gon with a white strip in his hair. That's the biggest misprint I think I've come into. I did notice, in terms of custom minifigures actually, taking a look at my Commander Bly, is this a misprinted Bly minifigure? Because this is a custom AT-RT to resemble the one from the battle pack, bit more fig scale. But when I put down the visor of Bly's helmet visor is actually poking through the top, and I thought that was just a thing with the visor. A lot of people put it on upside down, but then you start looking at Bly's helmet, the visor is slightly printed up, isn't it? I feel like the black on the helmet should be printed down a little bit more. Just a little bit. Let me get another clone to compare. Do we have anyone hanging around? Any Rex? Any other troopers? Do I seriously not have a phase 2 clone hanging around? None of them. Alright, well, if I make a short of this, I'll have a picture up on screen of what it's meant to look like, and then you can kind of see. Your slight eyebrow downshift and the mouth completely misprinted. I think it's kind of obvious at the top where that black line, if I remove the visor, the black line is just above where the indent is, which for Lego, it's usually just below. But yeah, that mouth is way too far up. I noticed it while staring at it the other day, and thankfully I never display the visor down. The visor's always up, and you can't really tell at a quick glance that Bly is actually misprinted, so I'm not fussed with it, and plus Lego just released a better version. But yeah, it intrigued me when looking at it, and I only noticed that not too recently. But how cool would this have been in like a £15 battle pack? The AT-RT, little bit of scenery, and then give us another battle pack with a spider droid and just a bunch of droids. That's how Lego could get away just releasing droids in a set. Add a little dwarf spider droid, and that would be quite nice. For the base of the foot, I'm going to need more 1x1s, and where Lego, hold up. How am I connecting the foot? Have they connected it with a clip? Like a 1x clip? Oh, is it an ignorant move to give all your sun damaged Lego to a charity shop, or is that wrong? I think that would be quite good. I don't think you'll get much, if any, money for it, but if you go in and donate it, someone's going to love the sun damaged Lego, because they probably wouldn't charge anyone too much for it. But Lego's Lego at the end of the day, and sun damaged, especially the white bricks, I have like 4 sun damaged plates in there. They're 1x3 or 1x4 plates in my tan drawer, because the white plates have, in the sun where they've been left out, and I don't know if they were mine or if I picked them up from somewhere, but they look like they're tan bricks on one side. One side in the top of them, they look tan. The other side, they're white, and you can tell that underneath. But I usually use those as my white plates, tan plates, if I need to have any on the outside, because it gives you a few more plates. And like I said, Lego is Lego. If you're not going to use it, maybe finding someone else that will is a great way of doing that. Great way of getting rid of them as well if you aren't going to use them. I think I see what Lego have done here. If I don't, I don't. Oh, I see a little bracket underneath. I really like these feet. These feet for the ATRT are pretty cool. Let me get the parts and then we'll go through how to put the bottoms of the feet together, as I've shown you the rest already. And it does use a very soft clip, unless this is two of the brand new pieces and this is a new Technic piece, which I would be down for. I saw a video the other day that said, popped up on Shorts, and it showed that the inverse of a Lego clip is the hermit crab, and it blew my mind just how many different connections Lego have already made and we're unaware of. So I wonder if this is a brand new connection, because there's not many they haven't done, and this would fill the gap for quite a few different builds. Would also work. So this is the back of our feet. I think we're going to have a 1x1 cheese slope on the back here as well, just to expand it a little bit further back. But underneath this brick with the two side studs, we're going to put a plate underneath, and also a 1x2 with the clip off to the side that doesn't have any studs. This is going to connect to the leg, and then to secure that in, we're going to place another 1x1 snot brick. So we've kind of got some eyes here and a odd clip looking nose or a mouth. It does kind of look like a face. Hello there. It's an odd little face. And then to secure this in, we want the clip facing backwards, and we're going to connect our sides of the feet to line up that 1x2 cheese slope with the stud at the back. Look at that. And then we've also got the exact same on the other side using the other. I forgot to put a 1x1 plate at the back there. There we go. So that's what the foot looks like from underneath. Oh, that's a grey plate. Oh, that'll be all right. Just need to grab another one of those. We'll swap it out for the tan one. Maybe we'll need that later on. Music in the back. If you can find the music that Lego used in their Transformers release stream, definitely whack that on. That was groovy. And because this is an ATRT standing up on two legs, we're going to need two of those legs. And yeah, they go together pretty well. Pretty well, if I say so myself. And behind this clip... Oh, hold on. Maybe they don't secure, because we're going to need some sort of studs on the top. Oh, no. I've built it wrong. We need a bracket. That's a bracket on the bottom. Oh, and it's a different bracket to DC Metallica Guns N' Roses. Oh, that's nice. Thank you for hanging. May the bricks be with you. Enjoy your music. Great taste. And the bracket should replace that 1x1 plate. Let's get those. We've got one of the brackets in here, one of the brackets in the other drawer. There we are. These are not the brackets we're looking for, which means they're in here. Eeny, meeny, miny. Two of them in grey. Lovely. Although, they're probably hidden enough that we could sneak a black one in. Do I have to... Oh. Maybe purple, maybe orange. Wait. We might actually be able to get some orange ones in. Yes. I always like hiding some random colours. I have a lot of purple. Should we sneak a purple in here? I wonder how obvious it will be. But in breaking apart the foot, you're just going to want to move the 1x2 clip upwards. So that's going to be right underneath the brick. And then underneath, add a bracket. The purple makes it stand out so clear. This is actually the base of the foot. And this bracket on the bottom is so that we can get a 1x1 clip that holds on the toe. So do that both sides, secure it as we did before, with the clip facing backwards and the toe facing forward. And then we want a dark bluish grey. Honestly, probably have more dark bluish grey in this bracket. A dark bluish grey attached just between the toes, like that. And that's just going to be a stopper for the toe, so we can get a nice little sharp tooth, a pointy claw on it. And that will act as the tip of the toe. Nice metallic toe. Oh, we need our clip elements as well. Can't forget about those. You could really use any of these elements here as the toe, the AT-RT, as the AT-ERT. But I think the claw is probably going to be the best looking. What were we looking for? A lot of these pieces are replicated as well through the AT-RT, but not in the droid. The droid uses a lot of different elements. I guess these 1x clips are. Oh, and the 1x2 clips on the legs. But not many other pieces are. That's probably the only similarity between the two builds. And it's a few clip elements, not much. You alright? How's Greg? Still alive?
Of course.
Do you think Greg would fit in your current Lego fish tank? Or do you think it's a bit too... Even if you emptied it out, I think you'd have to shrink the tower down.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. There we go. 2 feet built. Oh no. Need the bar element, and then the legs are similar to the 501st Battle Pack, but different. They're same, but different. They're similar enough that it's an AT-RT, but they're different enough that it's not the 501st AT-RT, and I like these more. I don't know how those top dishes are held on. That's fun. But I do like the design a bit more, and all the dishes going up the side. They've done a lot better covering the joints rather than the bricks for these legs. Here's our 1x1 cheese slope on the back of the foot. So that's the footprint. And then that's the back of the foot with almost a dino foot shape. Almost. Needs a few longer toes. And we need a 1x bar. I've just seen there's a few of these pieces needed. We'll keep those out. Although I'd probably empty the drawer if I was doing all of them. Do we need these? Yep, we need yellow ones of those. Ingots? Yep. I'm actually going to empty the drawer, aren't I? Do we need the frying pan studs? Only 2, but we do need them. Do we need these bars? No. Oh, none of the comlink elements. That's not half bad. So many elements in here. Any half round tiles? I don't think so. But I do think that's a rounded. Oh no, that's the. I'm looking at the like dashboard of the AT-ERT. I don't have that. Oh no. I've completely forgot what I was looking for here. The round plates. I don't know where I've put the round plates, if they are in here. I know they're not in a drawer, in a little drawer, but they might be in the other big drawer. All the drawers, these are the binoculars that come in the set. Why, Lego? Why did you switch from the proper, the Star Wars binoculars? I don't know if they have another official Lego name. I know them as the Star Wars ones because they just come in the Star Wars sets. But what we have here is the older TIE Fighter blasters. The Microfighter of the Juggernaut does use these as the front blasters. Here we have Ki-Adi-Mundi riding. But these binoculars just at the front there. But what we're building isn't the Juggernaut today. We built that already. The new one I'm talking about. But we're building another August 1st set. Just in case you missed it. There you go. Pretty sizable. Not too fragile. But we're building the official Lego set of this guy right here. The Starcore 332nd. I've already built this minifigure scale AT-RT on a previous stream based on Mr. Vader's design, if I'm not mistaken. And we're now building the official set without instructions and without piece counts. Because 9 hours for the turbo tank I thought was too quick, I guess. And 10k, we're cracking open the UCS Slave one as well, which is a bonus. That'll be for hopefully the next stream. Here we are. Not those ones, but these are the ones. These are the plates we're looking for. And these will hold on the toes of the ATRT. Two in light bluish grey. What we should have done is built this. We still could. Just because we're building it in grey today doesn't mean we can't build a rainbow one later. But we should build like a full-on rainbow Clone Legion. Just mix up all the colours. Make it look nice. Like, not necessarily random colours, but every colour. Every colour we can apply to this. And there's the toe bending down a little bit because of the bracket. And that attaches to the leg, which already isn't too bad. No pieces, no instructions. And we've got 2 feet ready for their legs. Like I said, when we were looking at the images, unlike the 501st Battle Pack, this takes more inspiration from the Clone Battle Pack Walker, which was the very first Lego Star Wars set I ever had, and it has one 1x2 brick and one 1x4. I'm hoping I have more 1x2 bricks, because I know where my 1x4 bricks are, and I kind of don't want to break down that set, but I have a feeling I might have to steal a 1x2. We might have to steal 1x2s from the Clone Walker Battle Pack just for now, and then we'll rebuild this. I promise they won't be gone too long. We'll have it rebuilt soon. And is it just an ingot on top of these? To be fair, the old Clone Battle Pack, the Clone Walker Battle Pack from the 2000s, only has a 1x2, and these 1x2 bricks that didn't have anything back in the day only have an ingot on them now. Hoping this battle pack still stands as well. There we go, held on pretty nicely. We're gonna have to shift those plates down if we want that 90-degree connection, but that should still stand. More Raptor-like now than anything else. And they are still the official clones that come with the set. I have the other 2, including the guy that's donning the full armor, the visor, the plastic armor, the plastic pauldron, and finally, plastic pauldrons. Nearly 20 years later, plastic pauldrons are back. Ooh, I am excited to pick up this battle pack. Even if I'm waiting for a sale, I'm still very excited to pick it up. The feet for this are fun because this clip element at the back attaches to the Technic piece but doesn't clip it, so it doesn't hang flimsy. It's quite a secure connection, but it rotates as if it was connected to a clip, which means it's good for absolutely any terrain, which is something that also holds up for the turbo tank thanks to the suspension in the wheels that allows you to, you know, roll. The middle wheel doesn't move. I'm sure the official Lego one does. Again, this was built without instructions, but the front 2 and back 2 wheels of my own build have that suspension we see in the box art, and that means they can just go over any sort of terrain, which is nice to see. The same is true with the ATRT, preferably flat surfaces given the flat footprint that they have, but it'll be interesting to see just how much they can traverse, like how rough it can be and which angle this ATRT can stand at, because if I remember correctly, the 501st one was pretty fragile. If it was leaning too much, it was gone, and it wasn't even close. We've also got some grey ingots on the bottom and dark grey ingots on the top of this ATRT. This ATRT, didn't keep that up for very long, which is nice because I think I only have 2 grey ones in here. Again, a lot of these have gone to my other build, so if we need any parts, I'll put them off. I'm not afraid of breaking down sets here. But these ingots go on the 1x2s on the bottom, and we're already onto the top of the leg. Let's see if we have any yellow brackets. I've got plenty of colours, red, white. Oh, there's some big yellows. Do we have the little yellows? There's one. There's two. Let's hope we don't need a third. We take two. I think the other yellow brackets, which you can see just above it, are the 1x2s. So these yellow brackets are cool because they determine which is the outside leg. Like this leg right here, this is going to be the outside because it's got the bracket pointing out. And we're coming on to our very first yellow dish. One of the reasons I'm picking up this set would be for the pieces that I don't already have, which is how I've been able to expand on my collection rather than buying hundreds of battle packs. I've bought different sets and managed to build a collection of various different elements, not including these yellow dishes. So a few different replacements. We'll start off with these 2x2 jump around tiles, but first off, let's get the jumpers that they're going to be sitting on. The jumpers and grills. Got a dark bluish grey grill on either side. And most of the things that I will be showing you as well are what I've done on one of the sides. So if you're trying to build along and you're only building one side at a time, and I show you something that looks the opposite to what you're building, I am sorry, I've picked up the wrong leg and lost track of it. I'll try and keep it with the same leg, but I've already forgotten which one I was showing you. So we're going to go with some dark bluish grey jumpers underneath these grills. So let's stick with the left leg because I think that one's the closest to the camera and the one I'm more likely to show. We've got a grill and a jumper, and you want your yellow dish, or whichever piece you're using as the yellow dish, to go just underneath the grill so that when you bend the leg, you see how it looks like it's on the joint, but it's actually connected to this top portion of the leg. It's just overreaching enough to look like it's on the joint. A trick that they use on a lot of their mechs as well, Lego, and it's a really nice trick at that. And then just above it on the leg, we're going to have a dark grey clip and a yellow tile, which will take us straight to the body. A bit more complicated is the body, especially this connection to get the legs attached, because we don't see any of it from this angle, and I don't have an image of behind, so I'm going to be winging a lot of it. But again, I have built a fair share of ATRTs. The original ATRT I built was around the 2010s, and it was the 501st one that came with a 501st Trooper, Yoda, and a commando droid, and I'm pretty sure that was like 25-30 quid. Could you imagine them releasing just this with a commando for that price today? I think this ain't too bad a deal, but that IETRT was a bit bigger than this as well, so yeah, it's not a straight on comparison. Thank you. Hello there. What did I say? Clip and a tile. There we go. The yellow clip isn't one I'm too familiar with. Clearly I have one. Dark grey clip, yellow tile. The yellow clip isn't one that I'm too familiar with, which is okay because we don't need that today. If we did need that, yeah, that might be a trouble. And the clip has also had its changes over time, because the clip you're used to seeing in any modern day sets is hopefully not like this and broken. That clip's missing half of itself, but it's more so like this and is just a thicker clip resembling that of a minifigure hand coming out of the pavement, or perhaps a minifigure hand frozen in carbonite. That's a good idea. Add a little bar element on top of that. But Lego have also made this chunky element, which is a bit older. I don't think we see it in many sets nowadays. And that was the original piece, because the clips used to crack a lot of the times. As you've just seen, I do have one that cracks. Maybe that's half a hand coming out. Maybe that's someone reaching out of carbonite. That'd be great in a Jabba's Palace mock. But not for what we want today, because we do want our elements to actually clip to one of these bar elements. One of these. Welcome back, not a spy. It's going well, thank you. So far, we've got 2 legs. This is the right leg. Let me stay consistent with the left leg. So far, we've got 2 legs like this, and this is how tall the ATRT is meant to be off the ground. Actually, they've folded it in, so it's a bit shorter. This is how tall the AT-RT is meant to be off the ground. Oh, my faith is shaking. Let's bring back that Clone Walker that we have removed those 1x2 bricks from. It's the same height as this battle pack. If you own the 2008 Clone Walker battle pack, it's the same height as that, which is like 2 bricks shorter than the 501st, but £10 more. We'll have to wait until the end to see if it's really worth it. It's also not too far off the minifigure scale model that I built, so maybe this thing is a bit closer to minifigure scale. I'm liking that. Only, yes, 42 subs left. You can see the spider droid. Here we go. This is the first close-up of the spider droid I think I've given out. So this is built as accurately as we can see. The only thing I'm unsure of for this is the underneath, because when I was building this originally, I do know there is a black round element with bars. No, it's not that. It's one of the ones with the bars sticking up. And I have no idea where that goes. I'm pretty certain it's not in this AT-RT looking at it. So it must be hidden somewhere. But my favourite thing about this spider droid here is the blaster on it. This little blaster turret that clips using one of those new fancy clips. I'm still trying to get my hands on a gold one for C-3PO. But it isn't half bad. You like the ball joint droid and worried it will look well with your AT-TE spider droid. I think this kind of holds up to that droid because it's so different. This has a 4x4 brick dome on the top. It's got these 2 slopes on the back, and it is so different to that droid, besides the legs, that it might look well next to it. It's not like the STAP where they've just switched up the engines, for instance, or they've just switched up the top. These are on 2 different STAPs that I've combined for a custom one. It's not like this where they've switched it up so much, or switched one aspect. They've switched the entire top half. So I'd love to see them side by side. Maybe I have to rebuild the AT-TE spider droid as well. Hello there, over in Poland. Hello there to all my viewers in Poland. There's a few of you watching. Nice place, Poland. I'd say nice place, Poland. I've been to Stargard and Warsaw, and any of the places in between for driving through. It's quite a long drive between them. Right, this is where I need that tray out. Let's make sure we're not making too much of a mess here. Keep this under control as much as I can. The only problem with the stop motion movie is the only problem is with stop motion. You saw the battle pack and made sure to get 2 of them. Oh, nice. So does that mean you've already got some of the clone troopers? Oh, nice. I do like the pauldron, and I'm considering making my own pauldron in a similar style so that we have ones for our old clone troopers, because I'm a big fan of this new pauldron. And going forward, if Lego keep this on, I am going to go back and replace all the other pauldron. Captain Rex is the first one to go, and Fives is probably a close second. And then I don't know how many other pauldrons I have in my clone army, all the other ones as well that aren't already plastic molds. I would like to design it because Lego aren't probably going to release a double-sided pauldron. There's not many clone troopers that they would release it for. So I'm going to have a little look at how Lego's is once the set comes out, and then I'll see what I'll do. You can see my Commander Blower with a misprint. With the misprinted head, look how high the mouth is. Oh, there we go. I still think I'm probably more in focus. Hey, there's Commander Bly. And that Bly does have a plastic pauldron with 3 orange squares printed on the side. I like with the Lego one that it's just the same like square back bracket that they've added a pauldron to the side of. I don't think it's got a stud on the back. This Bly I got like a year ago, I think, from Filoni Clones over on Whatnot. One of the first clones that I picked up. And this is custom printed on ABS, but non-Lego bricks. So really, really cheap to pick up compared to the MTT, which would MTT your bank account. Oh, that was horrible. I have like blue, red and brown versions of this piece I'm looking for. I think I've used grey recently. We need this piece in a dark bluish grey, which might be on the ATM6. I'll have a look at that, but we also need some yellow tiles, so let's not forget about those. Just the 1x1s to top off the legs, and then we'll get straight onto the torsos. I think I'll make 3D printed waist capes. I gave it a go not too long ago when I didn't have black filament. And I don't know why I didn't pick it up at the time. I did end up picking it up eventually. But now I have a few different colours. I definitely think Pauldrons and Karmas is something I could 3D print because it's cheaper than picking up a few battle packs and trying to repaint these Lego elements. So maybe I'll add that to the list with lightsaber belts, which are currently in progress, work in progress. Right, let's get you. Oh, the Toothless as well was meant to have these giant Thanos fingers on the wings, but I decided not to do that because Toothless doesn't look like he has giant Thanos fingers on the wings. I'll show you the element in a sec. When printing the custom wings, I almost put a bar connector on the side for this piece right here, which goes on the Raya Dragon, but doesn't look great for Toothless. There we are. And I watched Wicked. Started it last night, finished it this morning, and it's wicked. Can't wait for part 2. But it hasn't tempted me yet to pick up that new set or try to build any. But I would like to revisit my Wicked characters. And yeah, they're custom minifigures I made last Christmas-ish. I think it was probably actually before Christmas when the movie was coming out. I would like to revisit that on official Lego minifigures, and I think that would be quite fun for part 2. So keep an eye out for that. If I forget, someone remind me. Already bought 9 Pauldrons from CAC for Commander Blight and 2 battle packs. The Pauldrons, I understand why Lego don't include material ones from a play point of view. It's given that Lego have at some point, I get that it's a little odd to come out, but I think what I'm realizing now more than before, the closer I get to Lego and keeping tabs on everything with the designer interviews and taking a look at what goes in behind a set, I'm realizing the designers have so much more control over Lego sets than I realized, which is beautiful from a Lego fan point of view, because I'm picking up another AT-RT, which is different to the last one. The Juggernaut, different to the last one, whereas the last 3 Juggernauts or Turbo Tanks have been relatively the same set remade. I think the Pauldrons are not the Pauldrons, sorry, the Karmas. I get them confused all the time. The Karmas aren't material because it gets in way of play. But where are they? We get a sliver on the printed legs, and I'm not asking for side of the leg printing as much as I'm asking for dual molded legs. Yeah, sorry about that. The Pauldrons are awesome. Love the Pauldrons. The Karmas, I would love dual molded legs. Please, Lego, dual molded legs are a must, aren't they, for these clone troopers? And we're getting enough clone troopers now that they could definitely, few questions asked, give us more dual molded legs in styles that we haven't got yet, but they're clone troopers. Most of them are going to have either a black or a dark tan Karma, and they could just give us both of those legs and use them for other figures as well, because there will be a day Lego needs it for a CMF or wants it, and then it's going to look silly for all the clone troopers that don't have them. And I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that for Lego, because I'd rather Lego get on top of it. But you know, there's only 3 weeks until the August 1st sets drop. And I don't see it being a problem that Lego would go out of their way to change. I think it's too much stress for Lego to change it now. If they do, I would happily pick up a set day one. If Lego go back and add dual molded legs to those clone troopers, either of them, Battle Pack or MTT, I will say right now I will pick up both of those sets. But I just don't think they will. I don't think they'll do it. Do it. Which, I mean, who knows? Someone at Lego might see this and they might go, he said he's going to buy a set full price. Let's do it. And I have to eat the instruction manual then, but I would like to, I would like to see dual molded legs. Gonna buy the MTT and Battle Pack 2-in-1 for the discount. How much do you get off with a discount? 111. All right, this is gonna be fun. We've got two. Oh, this might actually be this element here. It might be a double jumper because it sticks out a little bit. But it might also just as well be two regular jumpers, which is easier to use. I might use a double on one side and a regular on the other, just in case we need more later. And then, don't need Technic. Don't need you, I don't think. Oh, good 20-30 bucks. Ooh. Okay, that ain't a bad price. I'm gonna have to keep my eye out for that then. Because that's 160 plus 40 something. That's like 200. So that's what, 170-ish dollars-ish. Big-ish on that 170. That's like 15% off day one. Lovely. We'll keep this bag out as well. There we go. Yeah, it is either Target or Walmart, which sucks for us across the pond. But then we get magazines, so I can't really complain. We got Luke in the recent one, which isn't UCS Luke. So they're charging us, I think it was $7.99 for a regular Luke minifigure. But for $4.99 you can get the UCS keyring, which is fun. Take a look at this, Inga. That is a chrome gold plated, probably just spray painted in the color chrome gold, but it's chrome gold in color, if not material. It definitely grabs your attention in this bag. All right, the ATM6 might have what we're looking for. Am I excited for the Gingerbread AT-AT? Yes. I have been asking for Gingerbread minifigures ever since making our Gingerbread Clone Trooper here, which I'm going to revisit. It's a quite a bit old now. I think it's probably only about a year. And no, it was for last year's Advent Calendar prediction. So this must be a year and a half. It must have been the start of the year that I made the Gingerbread Clone Trooper. And I am going to make more Gingerbread minifigures for sure. With a Gingerbread AT-AT, we're going to need Gingerbread Snow Troopers, Gingerbread Pilot for Luke, Gingerbread Admiral, like Veer's character, a Gingerbread Vader we get. We're going to need a, Gingerbread Rebel? A Gingerbread Wampa. Yes, a Gingerbread Wampa would be cool. It'd be awesome. A Gingerbread Stormtroopers, of course. A Gingerbread Stormtrooper army would be fun. And if I can get them good enough quality, maybe I can also sell a few of them. If any of you want some Gingerbread Troopers, that might be a good way to add to your Vader. Because I do think the Lego are going to make more. But I realised gingerbread's associated with Christmas. I had some really, really nice gingerbread cheesecake the other day. And that was nice. It was a gingerbread base, cheese, regular cheesecake top, and then a caramel on top of that. Not baked like a cold cheesecake. That was lovely. Candy Cane Rebels versus Gingerbread Empire. That's a good mock, because then you've got the gingerbread, quite a dark color, and then you've got the white and red. Red typically like Vader's saber associated, but white being the color of the rebellion. Yeah, Candy Cane's quite good. And then you've got a mix and matching as well. I like that idea. It'd have to be in some sort of winterland. Well, I guess Hoth itself is almost a winter wonderland. And then you've got the giant Christmas tree Wampa. There we go. That's it. Christmas tree Wampa. The Candy Cane Rebellion. That's a plan right there. Easy on that. And then that's a brick. Why is there a brick in this build? And why does it just stick out like that? Just a random brick. Fair to Candy Cane Snowspeeder X-Wing. I do want to build the Christmas X-Wing that they released as the employee gift a few years ago. That came with like the Christmas Yoda that they bought back in the Christmas special. What sort of brick is that? Is that a 1x2? Is that a 1x4? Stretching across, maybe a 2x4? 2x4 doesn't really make sense. Doesn't not make sense. Because what if behind the bracket there's 2 snot bricks? Oh, maybe it is secured. So the brackets actually line up with these snot bricks and are a plate different. Take a look at that quick. There we go. That is a yellow bracket and a dark grey snot brick with a light grey plate making up the difference between the two. So that's what I'm going to use for the top of the ATRT. And that does mean we can use 2 separate jumpers as well if you want. So we've got the jumper on the front with the brick. That's definitely just like a 2x4 brick, isn't it? It's been a while since I've seen a regular brick in a Lego set. I have to say this, if this is a 2x4 brick, I have to check the parts just for this. It would be a surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. It don't feel right. It does not feel right. It's almost like the start of a custom TIE fighter or a present. Speaking about Christmas. And then what confuses me is inside it seems to be flipped, because that ball joint 1x2 is a little high. Could you recommend watching one of the 327 Battle Pack reviews? They might show a speed build. A lot of them show the back, which is going to help a lot, because we don't get an image of the back on lego.com. I didn't look at any of the other images because there is an image of it being built, isn't there? Yeah, there is an image of it being built. Oh, which isn't like this at all. It's got an axle brick in it. I'm just quickly going to break this down. But yes, I'm trying to do this with only the images Lego provide. But thank you, because I have found on lego.com an image of the speeder pulled apart, which shows why there is that discrepancy between the front, because one of the bricks for the legs, it isn't 4 wide, it's 5 wide. There's half a brick between each leg, and that gives the discrepancy in the height. So honestly, you've just saved hours worth of work here. We're probably going to get this done fairly quickly now, thanks. No 2x4 brick, I'm afraid. There we go. Instead, it was the 1x2s with the axles. And we only need 4 of them, but I stack them in 6. This piece right there. Indeed, genius and then some. I don't see how the backs connect still. But that's a problem for a second. We'll deal with that when it comes. Maybe they're back to back. Right, now we need a bit more Technic, which might explain where some of the other elements earlier that I was talking about that don't fit in this build actually do fit in this build. There we go. Just the one axle going through the base, which I think is smarter than just hinging it on like I have right here with these elements that probably aren't even in the build, because you can actually, oh wait, you'd still need this element, wouldn't you? Is there a 1x4 underneath? Light bluish grey there is. There's a light bluish grey 1x4. Does that cover? Maybe. Let's have a little look. It also looks like light bluish grey sides here. It looks like the whole thing's light bluish grey instead of dark bluish grey at parts. So let's get those right jumpers out. Actually, do these exist in light bluish grey? Is this one of our 5 parts that doesn't exist yet? This is the side part of it. The image that I've got up, I don't have it set up to show, but it's image 9 out of 10 on lego.com if you do have access to another tab. I'm just having a little look on BrickOwl to see if this element exists. We might have come into one of 5 elements. Oh, it's right at the bottom. It does exist. It's on 11 sets, including not this one. Oh, is it dark? Have they used the wrong color? Oh no. Why is it not? What's up with this, Lego? I think it's dark bluish grey. I think they've just used the wrong colour for the in-person pictures. Maybe the exposure of that element, because it just colours everything light bluish grey. Oh no, apparently it's neither. I think that might be 2 separate pieces then. Is it a 1x2? Is it, let's see if I can get a 2x4, because what it might be, I might be completely misreading this, and then it would be like a 1x something like this. I need to recolor the other. Do you think it's this element here, or do you think it's that? Because there might just be the one in the middle. This again would be light bluish grey, and it's using the jumpers here, but something looking like that, doesn't it? You're right, not a spy. Bang on. It's not a 2x4. Well, they're 2x4 size, but they're a mix of different pieces. Oh, let me get the light bluish grey corners out. Get them in the right colour. All right. Not a new piece either way we look at that. Halfway through and no new pieces. If you did miss out the start of the stream, 5 new elements in this set and the advent calendar. I do want to try and find the advent calendar new elements, but I'm not sure how much we'll be building of it today. I might reserve the advent calendar actually for another stream, because I think that might be a better stream closer towards its release, so that it's all fresh in our minds when it comes out. The jumper there, and what side is this? If you don't have the snot brick, yeah, this might. I think you get away with using an undertile as well. But let's work through and have a little look. We need a few 1x2s. There we are. Hey, hopefully it just hit 5. Hopefully Amazon arrives. Wouldn't that be nice? to... Oh, a snot brick, maybe. So we've got a 1x4 underneath. And it says in yellow, but that's tan on the front side. Let's get a yellow one. I don't trust my eyes anymore. So for the legs, right at the top, we're going to start off with a... Oh. One, two, three. Oh, it's three. Okay, okay. So, forget everything I've said. For the legs, we're going to start off with a 1x1 and a 1x2 bracket. Just like that. And to bridge those, we need this piece, this Technic piece here that I squeeze out the frame. There you go, this Technic piece here that goes on top of the leg. We want the 1x1 on the closest side of it and the 1x2 just hanging off. So this is the only angle that the Lego will support, which is why we need to bend the legs inwards, maybe not that much, so we can get that foot forward. So it looks like the ATRT isn't going to be able to hold up too many different angles, and a lot of the time, yeah, it is just going to be stood up about the height of that old Clone Walker battle pack, which isn't bad. It isn't great. Am I going to make a custom printed piece for the little flat piece? For the front of the ATRT, I might decal some Lego. Unless for the flat piece, for the little flat piece, which one? For the front of it, I do want to get some decals, for sure. Get this, but I don't know if I want to do 327 if I'm picking up the set. We've had 501st. We haven't had 212. We haven't had 332nd. I might switch up some of the colors and make a few different, especially if I'm going to buy multiple of these. My biggest regret with the 501st is just parting out the sets. I built 2 of them and the other 4 I just parted out straight into my parts bins. I should have built them under different legions. So no matter how many of these battle packs, every time I pick one up, I want to build another legion, because well, it's funner than trying to sort them straight away. Where it says 327, yes, we've got some 3D printed elements already, because I believe they're new, but I haven't checked that yet. When we get round to that stage, I'll have a little look, see if they exist before. But if they are new, that's 2 of the 5 new elements. The other one, I can't see. Oh, the rangefinder. I forgot the rangefinder. I didn't take that into consideration. So there are 4 new Lego bricks in this set and 5 in the advent calendar. I forgot the rangefinder, surely. Which would make sense because you've got the 2 fins on either side, and then you've got another piece which is mirrored left and right, which is better than just having an odd side of the ATRT. For the body, we have our Technic axle with a 5 length beam separated each leg with one of those. So that's 2 bricks in the middle, another one of those Technic 1x2s, and another beam around the outside, just to space them out and get the legs a little further away from the torsos so that the legs don't clash at the bottom. Hello there, we are building the 332nd Star Corps Battle Pack without parts lists or without instructions. So I'm going purely off the images on lego.com, and we're going to build this using all the parts I have behind me, plus 2 of these 3D printed wings, which are brand new to this set. So if you do want to try and build along, maybe recoloring the yellow to another color will, unless you have a 3D printer, will help out a little bit. But at the top, ooh, trying to fit this Technic in, it's going to be a little tight. I do have a feeling that this does stick out the back. I don't think we get a clear image of the side on with the ATRT. I know they do the 360 on lego.com, but we don't get too clear an image of the side on. So I'm wondering if maybe even the connection is new. Is there a new connector? Is there a new connector in town? Or do we have something that isn't? This is the tricky part. Getting this Technic in here. So we've only got 3 studs to work with because of the connectors at the back. Although I'm saying that, we could double up the bottom joint, maybe even just have a grey on top. Maybe we don't need any connector on the bottom. How about that? In that case, we could just go with the down bars at the front. That works. And both our legs will be connected just like so. If we get rid of the brackets and introduce some larger ones on top, I'll bring them in just a second. And then that would give us, again, I think that gives us too much space, to be honest. I think that does give us too much space. Right, 1, 2. I think we're going to go with a grey. Keep our yellow, dark, bluish grey theme in the ship. And this is building up for anyone that has joined at 10k subs. We'll be opening the UCS Jango Fett Slave 1. Which is going to be a blast. Everyone's already told me how much they enjoyed building it, rubbed it in, and we'll be opening it for 10k subscribers. Then we won 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. How's the Technic fit in? Unless the Technic only fits in one gap. I've been thinking about this all wrong. I keep forgetting that different Technic bricks exist. I made this mistake recently on, oh, it might have been the turbo tank. Ordered parts from Bricklink and made your ATTE 327. Nice. Remove the top 2 panels and you've got one of the easiest AT OPs that you could build using an official Lego set. That isn't too bad. But I'm going to grab a few of the axle, let me show you my messy drawer of Technic bricks. Some of these 1x1s with the axle hole, hopefully in dark bluish grey, because that will offset the leg. How many times have I said offset? We've been offsetting everything this stream. Instead of using the 1x2, this gives us the space for the other brackets. Right, this might need a port. Make the mess. 1x2, 1x2, 1x2. I got a load of these 1x2 bricks. A load. And not a load in grey. I have a few of these in black. I think that's the next best thing. The axle bricks with the hole in black, and that will go on the edge of our torso. There we go. Just like so. So that the legs can sit off from each other. The axle's pointing back. And that's how they sit, which is why there's that little discrepancy at the front bit just there, and they don't line up perfectly, which has gone from worrying to really nice because it makes our job all that much more easier. We then add the brackets on the side as we just built up, if we can find them. A grey 1x2 and then a yellow 1x2 on top. Oh no, a yellow 1x3. Do those exist yet? Is that our other missing element? Let's have a look. Oh, I can tell you for sure they definitely exist. I have two of them here. You can barely build stuff with a manual. I tell you what, we've been building a load of older Lego sets here. And as someone who builds a lot of Lego without manuals and just, you know, a lot of this is spitballing from my mind. I'll see an image and build it how I see it, which is why we end up with the Juggernaut with 30 pieces left over. They're not important, trust me. They're not important. 30 pieces. But a lot of it is, yeah, a lot of the manuals are harder to read because of the colors and trying to find out, unless it's a Lego designer that I've built something before from, I can almost guarantee there'll be one thing in the set that will just stump me. With the Book of Monsters, that was true. Quite a few times actually with the Book of Monsters. But there's always one thing that will just, I won't fully understand, and that's it, I'm stumped then. Unable to go forward with it. And a lot of the manuals are harder to read. You go back to Pirates of the Caribbean, oh, you're better off just building it from the box art. That giant Lord of the Rings boat, Pirates of the Caribbean boat, don't try the instructions, too hard for me. Hard pass, thank you. All right, and then the giant brackets on the back, I think I'm still going to stick with because we can get a bit more mobility in the legs. And I'll compare those two for you in just a second. Big old 2x2 grey brackets. The difference being, there's the grey bracket, which allows the leg to sit, well, nearly one forwards. And on the other side, we have the little yellow, which would have a little grey on top, which stops it there. And it can't go any further. So that's why we've switched to a big grey bracket on the top, and maybe we'll use the little bracket later on. We can sneak it in somewhere else, but that gives us all 8 studs, but not the double jumper, but the rest of, I don't even know what you'd call this. I don't even know what you'd call this. But the rest of it, the rest of the leg. And if you don't have any of the 2x2 dishes, then there are 3 elements you can use instead, and I'm going to be keeping them there just to show you that you don't have to use the same pieces as Lego. You can mix it up, make it your own, maybe even switch out the colors, because oh boy do I have a, that's cool, oh boy do I have a load of the blue dishes from the 501st battle pack. I think we probably did end up getting 2 or 3 of them in each of the battle packs, and just to show you how many battle packs I got, there you go. There are all of my blue round dishes. That's a fleet. How many could we make? That's 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I can make 8 of them. I only picked up 6 sets. Maybe I've got blue dishes from other Star Wars builds. Maybe even the old AT-AT had some. That would make sense. I think there's only been the 2 of them. I might have ordered some as well. There was a yellow 1x3 in the classic spaceship set from 2020. Was that the introduction of the yellow 1x3? Is it 5 years old already? 5 years. What minifigure display do I use? I have a few of them. I have the, oh, I can't remember the company behind it, but I use the big black one with the orange base plates in it. The base plates are custom printed, 3D printed by myself, but the display is from Smith's. And it's a £30 display. I think it's just gone up a little bit recently. There we go. There's the AT-AT leg standing up. And then I've also 3D printed some custom hexagons there for my clones, which are going to be moved to this wall at some point in the far off future. Not the near future, not with me. Definitely the far off future, but they are coming soon. Moving soon, I should say. And besides that, most of my minifigures are stacked down here. There's 3 32 by 32 base plates on top of each other with all my Marvel figures, my City and CMF, you know, the fun figures, shall we say, and then a bunch of Star Wars droids down there and a few Rebels and such. The Rebels that aren't army building Rebels. The odd little helping hands. You know, like the one that comes with Poe's X-Wing, the alien that drives the little shuttle. Ones like that. Can't army build, but they still are a big part of my collection. Sad you never really got a, really sad, sorry, you never got a 501st Battle Pack, because when it retired, someone went to all your stores and bought them. Yeah, so many people bought them that it was annoying because it was almost worthless, because there was such a high price for them, but no one was paying it because, you know, everyone that really wanted it that bad already had one. I remember the AAT was a similar story with Ahsoka and the original Ahsoka Clone Trooper, which is still exclusive to that set, and thanks to helmet holes might always be exclusive. But I remember going to my store and I kept tabs. I kept tabs on how many there were on the shelf in the Entertainer, in the Waterstones, in the Sainsbury's, and there are a few other stores that had them, and throughout its reign, all of those stores had them until they went on sale just before they retired. When the store was getting rid of them, they were gone. But I was constantly keeping tabs because everyone was saying, I was living in London at the time, and everyone it was saying in London, oh, it's impossible to get them because everyone's picking them up. Not near me. I lived near like no Lego fans that wanted that set. They couldn't get rid of them until they put it on sale. And that was amusing for me because I did already have a set and there were loads nearby. I didn't pick them all up. Though if there was some sounds like the 501st Battle Pack, I'm sure someone probably did pick them all up. It's not bad prices for them. And let's get the other drawer unit out. And this is for our car parts. Well, I've been going to this a lot recently. Lego are really bringing back the car parts. Go. Yeah, like I said, I got over the 501st release. I got one of them ordered on the day that were like a few minutes before they came out, because they always go live early on the lego.com. And then I picked one up that day. I think I got 2 upon release. And then gradually, every time I went past them in a store, I'd pick one up. Somehow I only managed to pick up 6. I weren't going to as many Lego stores back then, or stores that sold Lego. Nowadays, I dread to think how many of the new battle pack I'd end up with. But then again, last year's is like 17 quid. Everywhere near me has it down for 17 quid from 25, which is a good price. But I still have only picked up 2. I think I picked up a second one a few months ago, and the first one I ordered January last year. So I'm getting like 1 a year of them, and that's not too great for army building. I would like a few more of the phase 2 plane troopers. There's one. Just a few before it retires. We only need one of these, don't we? Yeah. Don't know what sort of vehicle I'm building, but we're not building a car. Oh, 9959, thank you to our newest subscriber. We are 1 away from 9960, which is 1 step closer to the Jango Fett Slave 1. Let's put this one away. Don't think we'll be needing this again, unless we need it for the Advent. Hopefully not. Oh, I left 2 There's an empty drawer around here somewhere, right? I don't think there is an empty drawer. That's what I've been doing with the odd little pieces. There's one. Odd little pieces. I've slowly been filling up that unit there. And then when it gets full, like it is now, I'll probably tomorrow empty it out, sort out all the little pieces, and then go through that. You do love the Clone Wars, but all these prequel trilogy sets are getting a little tiring. It would be nice to get some original trilogy sets, wouldn't it? It would be nice to see a bit more of it. I am thinking that these bottom, they exist, don't they? Oh, I see. They already exist. Okie dokie. So, I should have a bag in here if they exist. Let's have a little look. We got the 1x2 plate. I'm looking for the clip piece that's just like this, but actually has, let me show you a bit closer. There you go. That's just like this piece here, but is a Technic element, and it exists in dark bluish grey. And I've just realised, Mr. Vader, welcome, just finished the MIDI scale Falcon. Vader? Falcon? Nice. Is the MIDI scale Falcon as good as it looks to build, if that makes sense? Because I was looking at it on the lack of Prime Day deals. And I'll be honest, it doesn't tempt me. The Tantive does. The Tantive looks good. But the Falcon, I can't tell you what it is about the Falcon that doesn't tempt me. There's nothing specific, like I'm not deterred from it, but there's not that flair to it, you know. Maybe it's different in person, maybe my mind would be changed, but you know what I mean? It's missing that little something for me. And I don't know what that something is. That's the annoying part. I don't know what that something is. It's very swooshable. Oh, I bet. Yeah, it's like frisbee size, isn't it? Compared to the big Falcon. The playsets are swooshable, but not MIDI scale swooshable. Oh, that'd be a nice one. Oh, I put the foot back on upside down. Here's the piece that I was looking for. There you go. That's the one with a little Technic element on the end. That one's quite nice. And then we can place all of these back together. There we go. Yeah. Oh, lovely. All right, this is taking quite some time, so I might go on a dinner break and then come back to finish building the rest of this, because I do want to get this complete and then get a little bit done of the advent calendar. But let's finish with the feet first. Let's get these back on. Just like so. And this stops them wobbling. The ATRT was getting very, very fragile towards the end there. When we start adding weight to the top, now the feet are rock solid, but I'm still worried about the ATRT perhaps falling forward or not being able to balance itself. It seems to do fine in the images, and you can really have it low. This is the height of that battle pack from before, but it's nice. It's solid at the minute, and there's a ball joint. That connector that we were just pulling apart for the axolotl, I think is the piece that goes on the front piece here. I do believe. It seems to be the same element, but there's no real way to get a good look. Either way, I'm pretty confident we'll be able to finish this very quickly after I go and eat. So I'm going to go grab some food, probably be back in about half an hour to an hour. Hopefully by the time I'm back, that number up there, 9960, please and thank you very much. I don't know if anyone will be subscribing to a blank screen, if I'm honest. I don't see that happening. It also gives a chance for my camera to cool down because it's way too hot in this room. 32 plus degrees recently in the UK, brick walls, no air conditioning, absolutely not the nicest. But this ATRT is coming along very nicely with the droid besides it. I think they're nice sizes for each other. They are, this droid's been blown up from the ATTE. This ATRT is just a little bigger than minifigure scale, just a little bigger, but a bit more bulkier. And I quite like that already. So we've done the legs. Are they all done? No. We've got an ingot for the legs. There we go. Now the legs are all done. And that is there. That's the ingot on top that we've just placed to finish it off. And that car element we've just placed underneath the 2 bricks in the middle. So that's the legs completely done, besides the little bar element at the bottom there. And until later, I guess I will see you in about an hour. I will be back. I'll leave a message in the chat as well, just so you know that I am coming back to finish this. But first I'm going to go grab something to eat. So stay tuned for more of the ATRT. Hello there! I'll get the camera back and running in just 1 second. It's a good thing I took a break when I did, because the camera was getting very hot. Hello there, everyone that is new in chat. Did I know the stand for the MIDI Falcon uses a snot technique? Not all of them use, some of them use, actually I think a lot of them do use snot for the actual column they're stood on. But there's a mix of Technic snot and bracket snot, which is quite interesting. There we go, camera up and running. Yeah, the camera was starting to overheat. It's that hot in this room, which is a bit crazy, but at least the camera is cooled down now. So for those of you that missed the first half, whilst I'm getting the camera set up, we will be working on the AT-ART, or the AT-RT from the Revenge of the Sith, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it's Revenge of the Sith. Felucia. I've got all the Wicked songs in my head, because even though we've already seen Wicked and we just finished it this morning, I was watching it with my parents downstairs. And you can't get tired of it, can you? Wicked. It's a great movie. I saw it! It just changed! I saw it! 9960. Thank you to our 9,960th member. Technically, as we got back, perfect timing. Yeah, you can't get bored of Wicked, can you? It's one of those things. I watched Wicked in theatre 16 years ago. 16 years ago. For anyone that knows how old I am, that's about 2/3 of my lifetime ago, which is crazy. 16 years ago is a long time, and I cannot wait for part 2. It's so good. And the good thing is I don't remember most of the second half. Most of what I remember has already happened in the first movie, so it's going to be a lot of excitement. But the AT-RT so far, we've got these 2 steps. Only 40 subs away now from checking out the slave one, but we've got some more sturdy legs. We can swing it and hold it around by the feet, but that's not what we're doing. We're building the rest of it. So what's going on here then? Because we've got the ball joint, which I think is the next piece to attach. The ball joint at the front. And then can we sneak in a brick? Is there like a 2x4 or a 2x3 brick in there? Or a 2x2 brick if we can't fit any of the others? Can we fit one in even if there isn't one? That's what I want to know. Alright, what I could do is get some more light in here. It's too hot to have the windows open, that's for sure. The sun is belting down right now. It's probably a little hotter than 32 degrees. I think today's been a bit hotter than the last couple. Hasn't been too hot yet, but let's see if a little bit of light can brighten up the place. Hopefully that doesn't cause too many issues with the camera. Oh, I do look a little bit like a ghost when I'm standing under it. Oh, okay, undo. Let's get rid of that. I think I will be saving the advent calendar for another day. I want to find out if we can see those 5 odd pieces that are missing. But the advent calendar build itself we'll do closer to the time. All right, there we go. Let the camera adjust. It looks a bit dark, but it's just because of how bright it is outside. So the backs are going to be quite straightforward to do. I feel like the back of the entire AT-RT is going to be a little straightforward to do. Between, I guess the hardest part is snot brick or bracket. It looks like a bracket because it sticks out a little bit. So that'd be 2 more of those yellow brackets. Yeah, we got plenty of these ones. The ones that go on top. So that's all right. So these are the little backpacks that we're making now with the ingots that I'm stealing from the trash compactor diorama. We've still got a few of those. Actually, good point. The trash compactor diorama, we got rid of a bunch. They must have been in grey. They must have, for whatever reason, been grey pieces. And I honestly couldn't tell you the reasoning behind it. Light bluish grey on the trash compactor? Maybe it was just a cheaper element to do. But for these backpacks, 3 pieces, a bracket, a 1x2 plate with the bars and an ingot, attached just like that. And you're going to want 2 of these for the back with some clips underneath. How long's that yellow plate? That's a 2x6 if I've ever seen one. Should have a few of those. Let's see how many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 2x6s. Not as many as I'd like, but a few are in play. Yeah, a few. A very few are in play around the room. In various different models. Yellow isn't too popular a colour, I don't think. Not when it comes to Lego Star Wars, at least. And yeah, we need some clips on top. I want to run the 1x2 grey clips. I do want to run those. The only issue with that is I don't have a load of those, and if the clips break, that's going to suck. That's going to be a big blow. So instead, I'm going to switch it up and add a 2x2 tan plate onto the whole body of the AT-RT, because my reasoning behind this is a bit complex, maybe too much so for an official Lego build. Then we've got the whole back of the AT-RT holding down the same plate that's going to have the bum of the clone trooper on. If not, those elements, the 2x2 with the 2 studs, aren't too good from Lego recently. I've had a few problems with it with the official minifigures, and them either getting stuck to them or not clipping down whatsoever. So I am going to switch it up and go with a plate that will stick down to the back, so it should be held down a lot more than any of the other pieces. It's got a round 1x2. Then on top of, well, let's get the clips. We've then got 2 of the flat clips. You've got either some not flat clips, which are these, with, I could have picked a better color to show you than light bluish gray. There you go. Some not flat clips like this black one here, which has the little duck beak, or flat clips, this one will be all right, that have the duck beak on the side with a stud. They're 1 plate tall, and we need some flat clips to go next to that plate. 2 of them in grey. You could get away with dark bluish grey here, and you could also get away with yellow, or whatever colour your AT-RT is, but Lego have gone with a light bluish grey there. 1 2x2 rounded off plate, which I have a feeling is a little hint at another one being needed later on, but we'll grab one for the minute. We can always come back to that. And then, oh wait, didn't we need one earlier in here? Did I not use it earlier? Oh, that's all right. I think we already needed 2 of those. And then a 1x2 bar, not the backpack piece, just the regular bar element this time. And that will have 2 of the backs clipped on with some slopes on top. But let's not get carried away here. Let's do it one step at a time. Do we have them in yellow? Oh, we have them in gold, but it seems not in yellow. That's all right. We can workshop an extra little something underneath there. So here we go. This is the bar element. We've got the 1x2 delivery for me. What is it? All right, don't show off the address to the camera. We don't need to dox ourselves. Or maybe.
It's towards me.
All right, let's. I'm saying, what's this sticker? Yeah. I wish I could show you. I really wish I could show you. They must have printed this like a million sizes too small, because well, this is just not too great. But the Amazon has arrived. Yes. Get rid of the address. Hey, so This is my Prime Day order right here in this little box, which Amazon are getting rid of now, aren't they? Only going for bags, which means a lot of Lego boxes are going to be damaged, which sucks. But at least we're getting better deals than on Lego.com. At least they're giving us some good deals. This is always satisfying. Oh, lovely. But what is inside, you may ask? Well, I did say that there are two things, one of which I did buy in the Prime Day set deals, and I did get it half price as well. And it is Lego related, but it's Lego related. It isn't actually Lego. The other one is Lego Star Wars. Where is it? It is tiny, so maybe I can just... What's the button? Oh, no, it's come. Here we go. All right, this is the Lego related build. We'll take a look at the actual Lego Star Wars thing in a second. But this is not a musical instrument. It is a USB, and it's to go with the LED sabers. There'll be a separate video. We won't be lighting them up in this stream, but it's to go with the LED sabers, because when we were powering up Grievous the other day, I only had enough power banks to power 3 USB sabers, whereas Grievous has 4. And if Grievous is fighting Ahsoka, that's up to 6. I think the most sabers we calculated was like Maul and Savage versus Ahsoka and Kenobi was 6. We had Grievous versus Kenobi and Anakin, which, no, it wasn't Grievous, was it? It might have been Maul and Savage, I can't remember. There was one scene that had 7. And I can't remember which scene that was. So I ended up going with a USB hub that has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 USBs. Yeah, I couldn't really find an 8 one. This was half price, but good reviews, and the cord is not like 2 foot long. Some of them were a few foot long, which you don't need that. The entire thing is like a foot long. The cord is half a foot and folds around if I want it any smaller. But I can plug all the USBs into one USB slot in a power bank and get them all lit up. So stay tuned for that video. I cannot wait to do this, and I'm tempted to do it right now, but we should probably finish the ATRT by the end. This is only the first item as well in the Amazon package, which I will be making use of. I cannot wait. I cannot wait to power up those LED sabers with this. And I should probably, I'm not putting it back in the case. We'd probably get rid of that as well. After building the UCS Jango Fett Slave 1, which we are, by the way, doing at 10k subs, Bionic Dragon said I should mod it to have all the hidden weapons as seen in Attack of the Clones. Oh, I like that. I like that idea. Kit it out, and I think that's a great thing to do with an Ultimate Collector series, because there's probably enough space to get them hidden away if they're not already there. Some of them might already be there, but that's definitely what we're going to be doing. So close to 10k now. And now for the Lego Star Wars thing in here. I did pick, and this wasn't reduced. I did, I think this cost me like 15 quid. I picked up the Lego Star Wars Character Encyclopedia, and I'm so happy that we have Palpatine in here. There's no glass. This is a nightmare for bookstores. I've just realized Palpatine here is held inside by a little bit of paper going through Palpatine's neck. That's stopping Palpatine from jumping out. There's no glass, plastic, or any sort of acrylic. I don't know why they put glass in a book, but there's no protective cover here. And the minifigures are looking better than some of them we've got in a box from Lego recently. But I do have the Character Encyclopedia, so this is an upcoming stream. I want to set up a second camera angle and read through this live and absolutely pick this apart, scrutinize this, and just have a little look throughout. So I'll be saving Palpatine for that stream. We won't be getting Palpatine out yet. Hey, what are the odds? But I'm very excited to go through this because I've had most of the encyclopedias so far. I didn't pick up the recent one with Maul, but that was a set encyclopedia, which, you know, there are only so many new sets since then. We have some online encyclopedias since. What's the first minifigure? It's got to be Yoda. Yoda, the youthful Grand Master. And the last one, is it not this Palpatine? on Exegol, which canonically might be the last minifigure we see. Oh, they've got some of the Rebuild the Galaxy minifigures, not including any of the new ones, I'm afraid. This book is, what year? Oh, it came out April, didn't it? So it's a few months old, but that means it doesn't include any of the May minifigures, any of the August minifigures, the June, July. July didn't really give us a new minifigure, and any of the other ones past that point. But I'm excited to be looking through this encyclopedia again. Future stream, I'm going to crack this open and get into looking for it. And we've now got enough USBs, no excuses. We have 6 LED sabers now, 7 slots. We can light up absolutely everything. So stay tuned for those and let me know what you got for Prime Day. I've seen a few sales out there in the chat, but nothing too special it seems this year. Now, hey, back to the ATRT. Yeah, nothing too special. There's been a few decent buys, but nothing too grand that's, as people say, to write home about, you know. It's been a decent year. Hopefully that means next year there are some really good sales and we can start seeing the turbo tank and the MTT with like a third off. What's that, 140, like £100, £95 maybe. That would be quite good. There's the back of the AT-RT all ready to go. Let's tile off the front with the tan 1x2 we need. The dark tan 1x2. Join the dark side. We have tiles. Here we are. And then for the rest of it, a lot of slopes compared to what you'd think. A lot of slopes. Hello there, Josh. Welcome. A lot of slopes and a few more brackets. I'm not sure how much space. Oh, and maybe a brick. Maybe a 2x3 brick. I'm not sure where Lego are getting the space for all these brackets from, but they're there. Could even get like a 2x2 slope, because that's just a bracket going down the side. Oh, but if that's a 1, 2, 3 bracket, this. No, because we don't have a 2x5. Thankfully, a 2x5 brick doesn't exist, so we don't have to worry about that. There's a bit more snot on the back. And that's another bracket, of course. Why did I question it? So let's get this on the top. There has been quite a bit of comparison this stream between the brand new battle pack and the old 501st battle pack, which is fair enough because there's some of the similar sets that Lego make battle packs, and these two battle packs, especially above all the others, are probably as close as Lego could get without just re-releasing the same set in a different color. But fundamentally, they are very different sets, down to the point of, you know, the AT-RT completely restructured. Even that one brick they share in the leg is just not the same. The feet are completely redone. I really prefer the feet of the new Starcore AT-RT. And in terms of Lego sets, I think that's what we come to. A lot of old builds are... Ooh, an extra one. A lot of old builds are being somewhat cycled through. And I say somewhat because they're not exactly being cycled through. Lego aren't looking at them and going, we could do this again. They're looking at them and going, we could do this better. And that's what we're seeing in a lot of Lego sets now. They're trying to improve. They are improving and remaking sets that we might remember growing up. I'm sure a lot of us do. The old turbo tanks and the old AT-RTs, not just from 2020, but all the way back for the first 501st AT-RT. But Lego don't constantly give out these sets. They're releasing so many sets over so many years that they retire every sort of 2 years. So it is a way to give new fans the same builds that we loved growing up. How wide is my custom eater? I can show you compared to, well, let's size it up on my desk mat. I can tell you exactly how many studs wide. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, about 17 studs wide. And there's my custom Anakin eater. There you go. It's about, because it's angled, 16, 17, 18 studs wide, that ballpark. I'd say 17 if I had to round it. And it's a 145 scale. So if you do like some of the other builds, like the custom deltas that we've built as well, then check that out. And I'll be doing the same with Ahsoka Zeta, but the base is kind of the same with a few new pieces. 4 away from buying decals. Oh, it's closing up. Where were the brackets? Release the brackets. How many brackets? So we got... Oh, they go right on here. We might as well build it to the legs, because otherwise I think this body is going to be a bit too big to attach. And then we've got... I'm pretty sure that's a 1x3 brick. No, there's got to be something on the front. It could be a snot brick. It could just be a 1x2. But I have a feeling that could be a 2x3. The R series body and legs. Yes, that is a great custom. If I say so myself, they're my customs. Of course I'd say that. But all of the customs that I make are minifigures that I would want to have personally. Which is why I'm looking at doing the same for some of the new clone troopers with the legs. Got to have some dual molded legs. If you want to have a little look actually at some of the decals, for any of you that haven't seen them before, I can grab, here's the droid. There we go. So this is a custom head as well. I would recommend using the one that come in the official Plo Koon set, but check that out. We've got some back printing as well. It's decals stuck on official Lego pieces, but it's to look like the back printing that we get on R2-D2. And I will say, I think that's version 1. The one that's on the site is version 2, with slightly better printing on the torso. Oh no, this is version, I think it's version 2. It looks good. I thought I grabbed the wrong one then. And there's another look at the front of the torso. And I do have a few of these with legs still. And a few without, if you don't want to spend the extra. 1, 2. Let's start work on the front. Now we're getting somewhere. And the yellow, oh yeah, I didn't even check if I had this piece in yellow. We found 2 of the 4 pieces that don't exist yet. So there's still 2 elements we're going to run into that just don't exist. I don't think this is one of them. Oh, a little honeycomb. It's not meant to be in there. Should go with the printed pieces. Do I have any of my shirts? I can have a little look through this mystical realm here. If I do have my shirt here. There we go. So I have one of the May the Bricks Be With You shirts here. There you go. This is actually one of the testing copies. So you can see up close, I have a bit of like a fade around. You don't get that on your t-shirts because I decided to remove that.
You can grab mine if you want a non-tester copy.
I could. I could. Whereabouts is it? Oh, I've got it. There we go. If I can unhook. Might as well leave it in there. Yeah, I got it. All right, here we go. Here's a non-tester copy. Make sure I'm not pulling it. Oh no, I ripped it. I ripped it. Oh no. Here you go. This is what the official thing looks like. May the bricks be with you. And there's a few different shirts up, I think, still. But yeah, I agree with you. This is my favorite. May the bricks be with you. And actually, this is one of the limited edition shirts that I sold throughout I think it was April to May, mid-April to mid-May, that has always on the back, which I won't be bringing these back. There might be a similar thing in the future, but if any of you have the limited edition shirt, that was part of the first launch, which was quite a while ago now. But that was a lot of fun. Is there also a translucent 1x2 tile on the front of this? Where did I put the translucent pieces? Oh, they're probably at the back. There we are. Oh no, they're oranges and yellows. Got them somewhere. Yeah, the always was on the back of the shirt. The problem was I tried to keep the shirts affordable, and putting always on the back of the shirt doubled the price of the shirt. The company that I get to print these with May the Bricks Be With You for the site would charge double for the shirt to put always on the back. And already the shirts, you know, I'm keeping them affordable because it's what I'd be happy paying for a shirt. I'm not out to become a clothing company and live off shirts. It's a way to support the channel without paying too much. And it's basically paid advertising at the end of the day. I should whack a little Master Moldy on there somewhere. But yeah, I do like the May the Bricks design. The front is, oh, we can add the side bits too. Clip those on. There we go. So there's our little wings for the front, very much like Captain America's winged backpack that the minifigure has. And because this goes up, I do think this is just going to be a bracket. I'm grabbing a 2x3 brick. We are getting a brick in here somewhere. And if it ain't here, I don't think there's anywhere else a brick fits. Yay, 2x3. And then it's the yellow plate, isn't it? Ooh. Ooh, do we need one more plate for a bracket? We can squeeze a bracket on, maybe a few more plates, honestly. So we've got like a 1x2 slope, which we can grab with the same element. Same element we just used. They're still over here. No problems for all the questions, because that's why I go live. Otherwise, this would be a recorded video. What's the fit like for the t-shirts? I think it's a little larger, but it depends. These are American sizes, so I find them to be a little larger than the UK. What size? I mean, if you don't know how big or tall I am, you're not going to know. But this is a small, which is not half bad. They're not tight. And this is a medium here, which I'm typically, well, recently, UK sizes are all over the place, because recently I've actually been getting quite a few small shirts, and I'm not small, but yeah, the small would fit me, but the medium's a bit more loose. And there's two different types of shirts as well. These shirts are nice and not thin, like it's thicker than the shirt I'm wearing now, but they're not thick shirts. They're probably about right shirts. And there are a few shirts up there that are a bit thicker, a bit they're not winter shirts, but they're just a little thicker. So keep that in mind. But yeah, if in doubt, always go a little bigger, better than going smaller. It's harder to fit into a smaller shirt than it is a bigger shirt, that's for sure. Yeah, I'm not a massive fan myself of baggy shirts, but I completely understand wanting a bigger shirt than a smaller shirt. I also think, oh, there is a little side to it. Okay, what we got on the side? We got just a 1x4 bracket with a 1x4. How tall's the bracket? I think it's another 2 up. So let's get on top of this. We could get a plate right on top of this. Or should we stick this out a bit more? Maybe we stick this out a little bit more. Oh. If you need to fill your wardrobe, perfect opportunity right there. What shampoo? I use... I can't remember the name of it. Bedhead. There you go, thank you. At least someone knows what I use. Bedhead shampoo and conditioner. But not a 2-in-1. No 2-in-1s. Is this even on a ball joint? Have I made that up? Is that a bracket underneath instead? I can see that being a bracket. Because then it's on a hinge and... Oh, okay. Right, what brackets we got? Want dark bluish grey. Yeah, I've removed the ball joint and I'm adding a bracket instead because I think the actual laser, the ATRT cannon, is sticking out of this top bit here. If you look closely underneath, which you can't really see, I have a feeling. I do have a feeling. Which means we're going to need our Technitro pack. Oh! It's so close now, so close. I'll tell you what, let's... Oh, that's all right. Let's get a bit more light in there. Just a little bit. I feel like if I turn that up, sometimes the camera goes a bit darker. I'll get used to it eventually. Thank you for all the support with the site. Again, everyone that is looking at or has purchased any of the custom minifigures, any of the shirts, any of the mouse mat. I don't keep up actually with the mouse mats. I don't think we've ever had any mugs sold yet. I think that's the one thing. I don't really know who buys a... I don't really know. I haven't bought a mug for ages. I suppose it depends how often you break them as to how often you need to buy them, really. It's a good sign that no one's bought them, because it means none of you are out here breaking mugs. Alright. And then that goes on. It's more like it. And then, is it just a regular 1x2? Looks like a regular 1x2. I'll be damned. Guess so. And then handlebar clip. Oh wait, we can steal this off the STAP. Because now we've made our own custom with a perfect handles. We don't need this one anymore. But we will need to change the color of the handle. Just a little bit. An update to how it's looking. There we go. A few little brackets that just need to be filled with frying pan studs, 1x4s and the likes. So I think that'll be the next thing we do. Quite like how this is coming together. And how secure it is of a model. A little surprising. Not that it should be. Lego's great, but it's held together really well. And the back as well, I guess we need to do. Let's fill these brackets. 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh. And the side of the AT-RT here, come on, focus up, is just a 1x4 with a slope that holds the whole front together. The entire front is held together with just that 1x4. We're going to need you later. And then on the top, we've got a slope wedge that comes downwards towards the front. One of these elements, just up there at the top. And on the bottom, we've got a quarter cheese tile. It's not even a cheese, it's a quarter circle. Quarter cheese. It's like a block of cheese, a wheel of cheese. I'm just thinking about cheese now. And then that one points forwards, just like that by my finger there. There we go. And then you fold the top bit back, and that holds it in place. It's not like a perfect fit. There's a little gap in the top and bottom, but that just makes it look a little better, honestly. And we'll repeat the same on the other side. Of course you can. Don't see any mugs. The mugs might have been removed. I might have removed the mugs. Make way for something else. But of course, let me know how the shirt is. You can also post an image, a review in the community space on YouTube, because right now I don't think Fourth Wall has. You can leave a message with your order, but you can't really review it. You can't put it out there for others to see. So it might be handy posting a little review as well over on YouTube. I'd appreciate that. Then a yellow wedge and a control. Oh wait, have we done every? Yeah, I guess the back bit. We can clip a blaster and something else. And we don't need one of these little fencing pieces. Touche. I can give it back to the little mini walker. There we go. And then two clip elements. Oh, 1x2. Is this in light bluish grey? Light bluish grey and dark bluish grey. Just to confuse me, isn't it? Just to really confuse me. Confusing myself. And that was a 1x4. And these are the back. I think these are just the antennas of the AT-RT. So you're looking at the comms, maybe a scanner, maybe there's a little radar on the back picking up if there are any enemies nearby. I think an AT-RT should be more than capable of picking up any locals, any foreign objects in the near vicinity. And once again, for how many of these have we used? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. For our 6th 1x2 rounded off piece is absolutely crazy. That is a lot. Will it be sent together, the shirts and the decals? No, because the decals are going through. I send off the decals and the shirts are a different company. I think if you order, like, the shirts and the mats are, actually I think that's the same company anyway. But yeah, because I'm in charge, I'm behind the decals and the shirts are a separate company. I don't know if you have to pay double shipping. I don't know how that works. Please do let me know if you go through with your order how that works, because yeah, I don't know how they work out the shipping for that. All right. And we've just got the top bit to do. Although I will say, we've only had 2 pieces that don't exist, and I've already built this droid. Maybe the slopes don't exist on the back, but I have them. They must exist. You found that using the 1x1 stud with the bar and the minifigure hands make for some great ship controls. Ooh. Yeah, little levers, and that does look quite nice. Star Wars have decided to go with the old but gold, the classic 1x2 slope with a little printed piece on it, which, you know, I can't complain about. That is Star Wars, isn't it? But I wish a designer every now and then would just go out of their way and use some of those elements that you're talking about to create a really nice control panel. Brick built. I know the UCS sets are more inclined to do things like that. I wouldn't mind seeing it in a play set. Maybe throw the odd antenna in there as well. They seem to do that. And the printed piece I'm using is this one, with the 2 red screens on it and many buttons to be scanning, firing, and really doing everything at the same time. Speaking of which, we are missing a very important part on this ATRT right at the front, and that is the cannon. How did I forget about the cannon? Can't believe it. Oh yes, Lego is... I think Lego have recently only pushed the adults welcome, because I've still, over the last couple of years, hear stories of adults getting turned away from make and take and not allowed to participate in Lego activities because, well, the staff think they're too old, which it is, I'm afraid, still down to staff at Lego stores. If they turn someone away, there's not really much you could do about it except for complain online, really. But that's something that Lego have pushed recently. Adults welcome. As an adult, of course, I love that. And they're realizing that creativity isn't just for kids, you know. It's not pushed because you're meant to get on with your life and stop being creative. Let the next kids do it. But a lot of adults nowadays are able to just be creative and share that and inspire other adults to build the same. As well as keep inspiring the children as well, which is why Lego stopped there to 99, 4 to 99, 8 to 99, 12 to 99, and now just have 4 plus, 6 plus, 8 plus, and have no limit on creativity, because there really isn't. You could be 100 and still be building with Legos, and it's nice to see that change over the last couple of years. That would be your first YouTube merch in the 7 years you've used YouTube. Crazy. Wrong answers only. Do I like Lego? Nah, not really. Not really is the wrong answer. Yeah, what gave that away? All right, a 2x2 that isn't covered in honeycomb. Should I make a little honeycomb ATST? Maybe a BT RT. Instead of an ATRT, it's a BTRT, and it's a B-themed ATRT. And a geez, look. Oh, we didn't get the piece I was looking for, the droids we were looking for. I get distracted very, very easily. Even without the stream here, I've started watching the Alveus project, the Alveus Sanctuary over in Texas. They have a live stream up of all the animals, and when I start editing in the morning to the evening, it's basically the animals are asleep, then they start waking up slowly for breakfast, then they have like their meals throughout the day, their activities. There's a board that the crows have just received yesterday that looks really fun, and then they start going back to sleep. Which shows you how much I'm editing for next week, and I still haven't got tomorrow's video ready. But I'm addicted to watching that now. I always have the stream up. In fact, I had the stream up just before going live today. I double checked, I don't have the tab open at the minute, but I did have it open from before. It's always up in the background. Probably slows down the work, but it's worth it. You built a spaceship, but your cousin destroyed it. You rebuilt it, but your sanity won't recover. I feel that with some of the mocks that I've built and then destroyed and then wanted to rebuild for one reason or another. You never know. And that's why I started making instructions, because it allowed me down the line to rebuild any of the mocks. But recently I haven't been making any instructions because I quite like the idea of having to rebuild from scratch, because then no two mocks will be the same. They're all completely different, and I do quite like that with Lego. The fact that you can build something twice and even then it will have improved from the last time. And a lot of my projects coming up aren't even to do with a Lego build, because I have this down here, which is the base of a Lego mouse. I'm trying to build a fully functional Lego mouse, and that's going to be a really fun project. It's tempting to start it this week. I'm meant to be off this week, but there's a few little things that I might end up doing. I might do, just because I'm going to have something to do over the week. You know, even though I'm busy, so I'm busy most of the week. I think Wednesday I'm not as busy, but that's really when I should just be relaxing. Given the fact that 360, you know, 24/7, I am either editing or out and about. 300 ton of Legos. 300. It's a good approximation. It's a lot of Lego. And plenty more on the way. Ooh. Ooh. I feel like that's built upside down to how it should be. But that is the front of the ATRT that clips on top and isn't perfect. There's a little bit of wiggle. You can see a little bit of wiggle in the front, which is present on the Lego one as well, given that there's a gap in the top and the bottom. But let's add the blaster. Can't forget that. Otherwise we've got to help end up firing it across the room. Otherwise we've got a helpless clone trooper on an ATRT that doesn't fight. It's still a cool walker. They can squash the droids, and there we go. There's our 327th Starcore ATRT, built without the parts list, no instructions, no pieces, just from the box art, aka the images on lego.com. I don't think that was too bad, actually. It did take us a few hours. That's including a break for food, and we did speak about a few other projects, but I really like the way that they've improved the hinges. This is the best ATRT yet in terms of those legs. Waist down, best ATRT yet. The top's a bit chunky, but they actually do a good job at keeping it nice and slim, given the fact that the legs are so chunky out and about. The body is basically, it goes out to 4 studs at most points, front and back, but on the inside it's only 2 studs wide, so it doesn't look too far. My only gripe is the fact that the turret doesn't move left and right and only moves up and down because it's on a Technic clip and not a ball joint. But it's something that could be swapped out very easily for a ball joint, and the ball joint would give it a little wiggle. It wouldn't have full 360 wiggle, but it would be a little wiggle in it. And of course you've got all the decals on the official Lego model. But now that we've got this ATRT Walker built, we've got both builds of the battle pack, and I have to say, if we had this little rocky side build as well, let's see if we can stand this up here. There we go. If we had this rocky little side build, it would have completed this. It would really complete this battle pack. It feels like a battle pack. We've now got terrain. We now know what the scene looks like, and it just inspires a bit more creativity. Perhaps Lego got rid of it because it stops you imagining anything else other than a sandy, beachified Felucia. And maybe this could be used for like a Shoreline on Kashyyyk or something, but it does limit it to a sandy coloured floor, whereas the Star Corps were travelling the galaxy taking down the Separatists. So it's not just Felucia they were fighting on, but the AT-RT is a really nice build, and I think I'd actually rank it above the Turbo Tank, the Juggernaut. I didn't expect to like it this much, but given the fact, I think this rock wall does add a few brownie points to it, but given the full build, it feels more like a set. You know, the Turbo Tank is just by itself. It's versing a few clones that don't, well, it's not versing a few clones, it's versing a few droids that really don't stand a chance, and it feels very one-sided. This is a battle pack, and this is what I think every set should be. The Turbo Tank should have included some sort of droid build. Maybe we could have got this in the Turbo Tank, and then we would have seen this for like £20. I don't even think this is £25 worth here. It's a big build. It's a big build for those $17.99 battle packs, but I would like to see this a little cheaper. As for the connection on the bottom, we have one stud, so it would hold up to a, you know, Lego Mock connection. You could connect it with one stud at either end of the foot, but the rest of it is not tiled up particularly, but it is the side of bricks and plates, so it's completely flush, smooth as a baby's bum. It's a very outdated saying, it's very weird as well, but we have that one stud, very fragile. You couldn't hang this off like a wall or anything, because if I was to hold it by this bracket, just like the top of the turbo, just like holding the top of the Turbo Tank, it falls apart. The Turbo Tank? The turbo, the what? I don't even know what I was saying at the front, but it's a really nice build. Yeah, there's going to be complaints probably about that toe joint and about the one stud there, but I quite like it. It is very nice. And we do have the handlebars if you wanted to smooth off the seat and make it your own. Lego give you enough different things. We've got two clips on the back. One of those is for a blaster, one of those is for the old style of binoculars, but if Lego included the Rocky side build, we would have had not only another clip and a back to bottle, but also a space for those binoculars in the middle here, so we could probably get two blasters on the back there, and there you go, three blasters can be held using the Rocky side. I will upload an image of this over to Instagram as well, and if this becomes a video, which so many of the sections of streams have recently, there'll be plenty of images up on the screen. But I'm really happy with this battle pack. Would I rather display the official Lego version or my custom minifigure Scowl version? Oh, it's close. I think for display, if you're not worried about minifigure Scowl, Lego's version is probably the better size. It's not quite 145, and I think the 501st Battle Pack wasn't quite 130, it was closer to 125. This is probably a more accurate 130 AT-RT. So if you like the size of the Kenobi playset, if you like the size of the Ahsoka Eater, you're gonna love the size of this because it matches up to all those builds. And let's grab the Eater so we can see just how big the AT-RT is meant to be in universe compared to Ahsoka's Eater here, and there is the AT-RT. So not far off the height of the AT-RT to the length of the Eater, especially if you're including the antennas at the back, and that goes about the same for the width as well, but the height is a bit different, and this could probably like break a wing by stepping on it, so that's not too bad. But this is, again, we've kind of already built the Slave one and the burner snowspeeder, the Force burner snowspeeder in micro scale form. So if you include these in the Wicket brick heads, we have now built most of the playsets besides the MTT, and we haven't built the UCS ATST. But the UCS ATST is on my list for once we've built the Slave one, because it's a big grey chicken walker, which I think would be really cool to dress up like a chicken. Build a UCS ATST, but style it like a chicken, get a few different colour switches out there. Maybe we could even do it to this little walker here. Here's the battle pack. If you're interested in what it would look like, let me know. And there might be another short out on it, but I am slowly stepping away from reviews here on the channel because I'm more interested in what we can make using the pieces. So perhaps there'll be a 145 modification for this, though straight away I'm gonna say the easiest 145 modification is probably just removing this 1x2 brick. Let's give it a go before we wrap up today. Again, I did want to build some of the advent calendar. We'll have a quick look, see if I can see. Let me bring it up. See if I can see any of the 5 new elements. I think the brackets on B2EMO are included. I don't think there's any droid parts exclusive. And I don't think they include any spare parts either as exclusive. So there must be some hidden snot brick in the gonk. Something like that. But by removing that 1x2 Technic brick, there we go. I'm pretty sure that right there is a 145 scale AT-RT. Let's bring up our official 145 AT-RT. It's basically perfect, which is something that you'll find with a lot of Lego sets nowadays. Usually you only have to remove a joint, and you could probably get rid of that bracket completely if you want a bit more movement in the leg. And you've got a 145 scale AT-RT using the brand new Starcore Battle Pack. So it really is as easy as that sometimes. But that being said, sometimes, like Ahsoka Zeta, it's a little bit harder, and it requires a few more bricks to be switched around and replaced. But the fact that we could build this without instructions and without a piece and without a parts list, a piece count, anything like that, I'll be very interested in finding out August 2nd, I think it is, if we've built this and the turbo tank correctly. I have full faith in the droid, but the rest of it will have to wait and see. I'm looking at the advent calendar and I can't see any new pieces. I guess there's probably a few droids and figures that we could break down that might not have been. Unless like the red arm's new, or the grey arm is a new, like it hasn't been done in that colour since a colour change or something like that. It might be a technicality. So I'm interested to see on New Elementary what they say August 1st. Maybe there's even one of the Technic bricks that's in a new colour. I can't tell you on that, but I can tell you that these side parts of the AT-RT right here that will have a sticker on in the official set, if you choose to apply it, are brand new elements. And I don't know where the other 3 are, or the other 2. Or how many other pieces we've got. So stay tuned and I'll be able to inform you in due time. But that is going to be all for today. All right, we didn't hit 10k in this stream, but remember, I'm not going live for the entire week, so I'll be back on the second Monday, which is the 21st of July. And if we've hit 10k by then, if we've hit 10k by then, we'll be cracking open the UCS Jango Fett Starfighter. Thank you so much for watching. May the bricks be with you, Alfie, and may the bricks be with you, everyone else in chat right now. I'm sure a few of these bits will be clipped up for a video for the upcoming week, because I've got videos planned for the entire week, even if I'm not streaming. But until then, that'll be all. Thank you all so much for watching, and may the bricks be with you.